To the esteemed keynote speaker, Dr. Insinyur Arifin Rudianto, MSc, as Deputy for Maritime Affairs and Natural Resources, Ministry of National Development Planning, National Development Planning Agency, Director of Patimura University, Professor Dr. M. J. Sapteno, SH, M.Hum, represented by the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs of Patimura University, and to all distinguished guests, speakers, moderators, and participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be unto you all. Shalom. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you to the opening ceremony of the very first International Conference on Sustainable Utilization of Natural Resources 2020 held by Patimura University. The fantastic committee of this conference has prepared an incredible lineup of notable speakers, both from Indonesia and abroad. However, before we begin today's event, let's have a moment of peace to pray and pay respects to our religions and beliefs. Now, if everyone has prayed and paid their respects, I invite everyone to join us in singing the national anthem, Indonesia Raya. Moving on to our next agenda, we would like to invite the leader of the committee of this grand event, the chairman of ICSUNR, Dr. Insinyur J. Audrey Letemia, MSc, to Dr. Letemia to deliver the committee report of this event. To Dr. Letemia, the time is yours.
Thank you, Gracia. Your Honorable Dr. Insinyur Arifin Rudianto, MSc, Deputy Minister for Maritime and Natural Resources Affairs at Ministry of National Development Planning of Republic of Indonesia, Rector of Patimura University, represented by the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Professor Dr. F. Lewatabesi, MPD, our distinguished invited speakers, Professor Dr. Jeff Sawyer, Dr. Mark Nikrum, Professor Dr. Sota Yamamoto, Dr. Insinyur Neviati Samani, Professor Dr. K. Daimok, Associate Professor Dr. Ives Lomenair, Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, and good morning good afternoon and good evening for our fellow invited speakers in Australia, Canada, and the US. What a great privilege to have you all here in the first International Conference on Sustainable Utilization of Natural Resources conducted under the theme Sustainable Utilization of Natural Resources to Increase Economic Resilience. On behalf of the committee, I would like to extend a very warmest welcome and to thank you all of you who have accepted our invitation to this conference. I would also like to thank the rector of the Patimura University who funded this event and all other persons who supported this event directly or indirectly. This event is attended by approximately 300 participants and presenters that come from different parts of Indonesia, from Western Indonesia to Eastern Indonesia, from Aceh to Papua. They comprise of researchers, lecturers, students, people from government organization, research agency, NGOs, and many more. The parallel session will be run in 4 topics, namely fisheries and marine science, agriculture, forestry, and ecotourism. I would also like to thank all the organizing committee and the students that have worked enormously hard to enable this conference to happen. Finally, we hope that you will have a great opportunity to share the scientific information on sustainable utilization of natural resources. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And salam sejahtera bagi kita semua.
We thank Dr. Letemia for the committee report. Now we would like to invite the Vice Rector of Academic Affairs at Patimura University on behalf of the Rector of Patimura University, who was unable to attend this event, Professor Dr. Freddy Lewakabesi, SPD MPD MS, to deliver a speech and officially open this event. Professor Dr. Freddy Lewakabesi, the time is yours.
Thank you, Gracia. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, for all. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, and good morning, good evening for all. Your Excellency, Insinyur Arifin Rudianto, MSc, Deputy Minister for Maritime and Natural Resource Affairs at Ministry of National Development Planning, National Development Planning Agents, Bapenas of Republic of Indonesia, our distinguished invite speaker, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, all participants and all speakers. It is great pleasure to have you all here in the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Utilization of Natural Resources conducted virtually. In this opportunity, I would like to extend to you all a very warm welcome on behalf of Patimura University and to say how grateful we are to have you all who have accepted our invitation to this conference. Patimura University is the biggest and the oldest government university in Maluku. We have 9 faculties, postgraduate school, research and community service institute, and quality assurance institute. Up to the present time, we have 25,000 student majority from Maluku, but also from different parts of Indonesia are all at the university. The University of Patimura has always focused to management of natural resource. We have firmly believe that strong scientific and technical knowledge will be required for the sustainable utilization of natural resource that we have in Indonesia and in particular in Maluku. Patimura University is also working hard and committed by having a good reputation in research and education that recognized not only nationally but also internationally. For for that reason, this conference plays an important role in achieving to our goals. Our honorable distinguished speaker, ladies and gentlemen, and our participants, Indonesia has a very high potential of land and marine natural resource, and they play an important role in increase the nation economic sector. The utilization of natural resources wise and sustainable can provide opportunity in the future, especially in economy relations. Especially it's the time when the entry world facing the COVID-19 pandemic that has nearly paralyzed the economy. The utilization and natural resource has to be done effectively. For this reason, strategy policy are need to support right pattern and propose to proper utilization. This topic is quite urgent because it is in line global policy regarding sustainable development (SDG) as well national policy in maintains economy stability. Conference as this provide follow opportunity for government, research scientists, industry special, and design maker to share their policies, experience, and expertise the products to base for sustainable management utilization of natural resource. This goal only can be reached through integrative and collaborate ways. I am grateful to the many experts who have come to share their knowledge today. I was welcome and many representative of government, industry association, and NGO who have joined us today. In this opportunity, I will also like to give my appreciation to Deputy Ministry of Maritime and Natural Resource Affairs at Ministry of Natural Development Planning, National Development Planning Agent, Kapenas of Republic of Indonesia, Dr. Engineer Arifin Rudianto MSc, for this support in this event. I also want to thank all the organizing committee that have worked tremendously hard to enable this conference to happen. I'm sure you will have fruitful and rewarding chance today. I wish you very success with the important conference, and I look forward to learning about the outcome. With this, I officially open this conference and wish you all a very success conference. Thank you for all participants of speaker, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Safe healthy, safe happy.
Indonesia is a potential region for the formation of various energy and natural resources. Among these various resources has so far given important contribution to the Indonesian economy. The majority of Indonesian territory and water has not been explored thoroughly, and therefore, the chance to discover new economical energy and mineral deposit is likely to be substantial. The land area reaches 1,919,449 square kilometers, and the water reaches 3,257,482 square kilometers. The natural resources are the biggest opportunity for rapid development for many development countries and represent a potentially transformational opportunity to support development. But these opportunities come with great challenges and ultimately finite. How do we make the most of them without destroying the planet? A number of environmental issues need to be seriously managed. Natural resource management refers to the sustainable utilization of major natural resources, such as land, water, minerals, air, forests, fisheries, and wild flora and fauna. Innovation is the fundamental force to drive economic and social development. Green technological innovation is the key driving force to achieve the development of a low-carbon economy and enhance the efficiency of natural resources. If our wish is to break the shackles of poverty and unemployment, then, according to the need, we should try to focus on the optimum utilization of natural resources and being integrated, which lead to sustainable development goals in Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the video you have just witnessed is a depiction of what is expected by sustainable utilization of natural resources in Indonesia, and something that will be discussed in depth during 3 sessions throughout this conference. The first session is our main session with our keynote speaker, followed by 2 plenary sessions, and the day will close with the parallel sessions. So that we may begin discussing these very interesting and important topics with many of the awaited speakers, panelists, and presenters. Allow me to close this opening ceremony and begin our main session. Ladies and gentlemen, our keynote presentation today will be led by our moderator, Dr. Gino V. Limon, MSc. To Mr. Limon, the time is yours.
Thank you very much, Gracia. Ladies and gentlemen, it is really a great pleasure to chair and introduce our keynote speaker today, Dr. Insinyur Arifin Rudianto, MSc. Arifin Rudianto is currently a Deputy Minister of Maritime and Natural Resources Affairs at Ministry of National Development Planning or National Development Planning Agency of Republic of Indonesia. He has been appointed to that role by Minister in 2017. He is also in charge as a chair of implementing committee in National Coordination Team of Sustainable Development Goals in Indonesia. He was previously mandated as Deputy Minister for Regional Development from 2016. Dr. Arifin is one of Indonesia's experts in maritime affairs and natural resources management. He received a bachelor degree in agriculture from Bogor Agricultural University in 1984, master degree in tropical Late, but I would like to I'm sorry, I got disconnected. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Should I repeat from the beginning to introduce our keynote speaker? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are so sorry for this technical problem. I will now introduce our keynote speaker, Dr. Insinyur Arifin Rudianto, MSc. Dr. Arifin Rudianto is currently a Deputy Minister for Maritime and Natural Resources Affairs at Ministry of National Development Planning or National Development Planning Agency, Bappenas, of Republic of Indonesia. He has been appointed to that role by the minister in 2017. He is also in charge as a chair of implementing committee in National Coordination Team of Sustainable Development Goals in Indonesia. He was previously mandated as Deputy Minister for Regional Development from 2016. Dr. Arifin Rudianto is one of Indonesia's experts in maritime affairs and natural resources management. He received his bachelor degree in agriculture from Bogor Agricultural University in 1984, master degree in tropical coastal management from University of Newcastle upon Tyne at the United Kingdom in 1993, and he got his doctoral degree in maritime policy from University of Wollongong in 2002. And actually, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Arifin Yudianto just celebrate his birthday on 12th October this month. So it's a little bit late, but I would like to say happy birthday, Pak Deputy.
Thank you.
I think, ladies and gentlemen, we agree that looking at his CV, Dr. Arifin Rudianto is the perfect person to deliver the keynote speech in this conference. Without further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Arifin Rudianto to start his presentation. Dr. Arifin Rudianto, the stage is yours.
Thank you, moderator, Dr. Gino Limon. Yang terhormat, Profesor Sabteno, Rector of Patimura University, honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Shalom. It is an honor for me to join all of you in this event. First of all, allow me to convey my sincere appreciation to the University of Patimura for successfully hosting this event. I also would like to thank all the participants and colleagues for attending this event amidst challenging situation we are still facing. I do hope that you and your family stay safe and healthy. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia's development has been heavily relying on natural resources. Thank God that we are blessed with the abundant natural resources as the backbone of our development and economic growth. National development must be able to use the resources for achieving community welfare optimally. However, the unsustainable utilization of natural resources has created pressure and continuously degraded our natural resource and carrying capacity. The evidence are clear. We have identified that our environmental quality index or indeks kualitas lingkungan hidup is not getting better from time to time. We also notice that extinction and species threatened in Indonesia are increasing, which may lead to biodiversity and ecosystem collapse. Further, the degradation of natural carrying capacity and ecosystem collapse will have impact to our economy and development. Our findings shows that natural carrying capacity provides necessary feedback to support economic growth. Therefore, it is essential to maintain the sustainability of the natural resource and to consider natural carrying capacity in the national development policy formulation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are facing our greatest challenge. The COVID-19 pandemic has created systemic impact to our health, economy, social, and environmental system. The pandemic is an unprecedented event that we have never predicted before. In order to keep the light on, we have to maintain the balance between health and economy until the vaccine is ready to be distributed to all people. In this difficult situation, when industries and services are hit hard by the pandemic, nature-based economy has become an option for some of people. There are evidence shows that during the pandemic, deforestation activities are spiked in Indonesia and even across Asia and South Africa. This unsustainable approach will lead to a vicious cycle and will end up with the increasing of greenhouse gas emission that will trigger a climate catastrophe. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the government of Indonesia has made an initiative to create a balance and minimize trade-off between economic development and environmental protection through the low carbon development activities. Through the LCDI or Low Carbon Development Initiative, aim to create balance and minimize trade-off between economic development and environmental protection. Through LCDI principle, all the significant policies and programs need to be analyzed to prevent the drawback to the natural carrying capacity. The LCD has now been integrated in the current medium-term development plan called RPJMN 2020-2024. With the COVID-19 outbreak, the government recognized the opportunity to build back better towards a low carbon and resilient future. To this end, we have to ensure that the low carbon and climate resilient policies remain as development priority agenda, as well as to ensure that the stimulus package should consider sustainability and natural carrying capacity to enhance resilience of the people. We have several evidence on the ground that low carbon development approach will have a win-win benefit for people's economy, social, and the environment. As for example, Bapenas has piloted a restoration project in Belitung Island from ex-mining area to become an ecotourism area, namely Belitung Mangrove Park, with small amount of green stimulus package directly managed by local people. The abandoned ex-mining area is now providing green job for 164 local people and generate additional income around 65 million rupiah for the communities. Another example is multi-purpose free planting in ex-sand mining area in Central Java, alongside with carrying capacity building for local people to buy biodigester facilities to produce organic fertilizer in the form of bio slurry and compost, as well as biogas for household. The project has restored around 17.8 hectares of critical landscape and in the same time provide co-benefit of additional income around 3 million rupiah for families involved. These are good examples of Build Back Better towards low carbon development path at community level. These examples are also become evidence that sustainable utilization of natural resources can provide economic benefit and resilience for people that is safer and stronger. It is our mission to scale up and replicate these good practices so it could have a bigger impact to our nature as well as our prosperity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the severity of this pandemic have given us a glimpse into the interconnectedness between people and nature. Many of the root causes of natural disaster, including this pandemic, are coming from unsustainable and irresponsible action of human. As such, we need to act to build back better from this pandemic through low carbon and sustainable development action for our future generation. To conclude, I hope today's discussion will be productive and generate innovative ideas. And let's seize this once in a generation opportunity to build back better. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the great presentation. I think we should agree with Pak Rudy that even though we are now under the pressure of the pandemic COVID-19, we still has to keep the balance between the economy, health, and environment. So, ladies and gentlemen, there is a questionnaire or a form in the chat room that you can fill if you have a question for Pak Rudy. So while waiting for the question from the participants, uh, I think following Dr. Arifin Rudianto presentation, I would like to ask Pak Rudy, is there any plan or Bapenas or national plan for such rehabilitation in terms of environment rehabilitation, marine or terrestrial, that has been planned in the future for Maluku province?
Okay, thank you very much. We currently focus on terrestrial aspect, but no, we also already start to focus on marine and coastal ecosystem. For example, we have a roadmap to set up a blue carbon, how we can assess the value of mangrove, seagrass, and also coral reef for the future carbon trade and also carbon tax. In this case, we have a program in area of Maluku, West Papua, and also East Nusa Tenggara, in West Nusa Tenggara and Lombok, especially to prevent the degradation of coral reef. And in the future, we also set up to rehabilitate the mangrove area in some area, especially in Sumatra and also in Maluku area as well. So in the future, we hope we can have a cooperation with Patimura University, because I know that in Patimura University there are many experts in coastal ecosystem. I have many friends. I see Mr. John Teteleta, also Professor Alekerta Ubun, and so on. So we hope in the future we can have a cooperation in terms of coastal ecosystem rehabilitation. We hope to have a science-based coral reef and mangrove management, and also community-based implementation in Maluku area.
Thank you very much. I believe the whole staff and student of Patimura University very happy or glad to hear that there is such planning for Maluku province in the future. As we know, our latest research showed that the coral reef ecosystem has been degraded quite severely lately. So we have another question from the participant. The first question is, what is the best planning strategy for economic recovery from COVID-19 related to our natural resources in Indonesia, particularly in Eastern Indonesia?
Okay, thank you very much. During the pandemic, we can see that our sky become blue because most economic activities cooling down. But based on 10 years experience, last 10 years experience during 2008 and 1998, when we finished with the pandemic or with the crisis, then all economic activities will become faster and faster and create a more greenhouse gas emission. So based on this experience, we have a tagline, Build Back Better, in which we will do everything to create green economic. Green economic mean we will promote renewable energy to replace fossil energy as the source of energy. We will avoid deforestation. We will promote a green industry and so on. And we have a plan integrated with program Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional (PEN). With PEN will create a green job for the future. So based on our experience, we have a program Pemulihan Ekonomi Nasional, National Economic Recovery, but using green activities and also create green job. We have a projection that if we implement green activities, will create a more employment. So we'll create a more green job. This is what we have a plan for the midterm development until 2024. So we will promote green economy and also create a green job.
Thank you very much, Pak Rudy. There is another question, but I think you already answered it, but I read it anyway. Even though you already said that during this pandemic, our sky is blue, but the question is, how do we sustain the industry in a sustainable way after the pandemic?
Okay, To do this, we have integrated activities. For example, Otoritas Jasa Keuangan or Financial Authority has a regulation that all company that listed in Bursa Efek Indonesia, Indonesian Stock Exchange, should produce sustainability report every year. Mean that this sustainability report will report that all the activities for this company, especially that listed in Indonesia Stock Exchange, is green activities. Otherwise, they will get a notice from the OJK and will give impact to their consumer. So no, every company would like to make some trademark that they are a green company because most of their consumer, especially the millennial generation, would like to have a green activities for their product that they consume. This one example. But another example, we will give some incentive for company that promote green activities. For example, using the SDGs framework, we also give award for the company that using green activities for their process in production. For example, one car company, they replace the source of energy from fossil fuel to renewable energy. And in fact, this reduce the cost of production from until 70%. If they use fossil energy, for example, the cost is 100. If they use renewable energy, only 70%. So these activities better for the business, but also better for the world. And the government give award for this innovation. This is one example. There are many examples for how to promote and give incentive for green activities from many companies.
Thank you very much, Pak Rudi. And we have to thank Bapenas and Pak Rudi as a deputy because they already plan ahead what is, I think, the best strategy to utilize our natural resources in a sustainable way. So with this last question, I would like everybody, all of us, to give a big round of applause for Pak Rudi, Pak Dr. Arifin Rudianto, MSc. Thank you very much, Pak Rudi.
Thank you very much, Pak. Best regards for all my friends in Patimura University.
Thank you, Pak Rudi. We are waiting for our collaboration in the future.
Thank you, Pak Rudi.
Okay, siap.
Kapan datang Ambon?
Yes, thank you, Pak John Teteleta.
So I will now give the time back to our MC, Ms. Gracia.
Thank you, Mr. Limon, for leading such a superb session, and to our keynote speaker, Dr. Insinyur Arifin Rudianto, MSc, for such an insightful presentation. We will now begin the next agenda, the plenary session, with three esteemed speakers, led by our moderator, Dr. Insinyur J. Audrey Letemia, MSc. To Ms. Letemia, the time is yours.
Thank you, Gracia. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, here in Indonesia, and good afternoon and good evening for our invited speakers in Canada, US, and Australia. Now we will have a first plenary session. In this session, we will have three speakers who will present their talk and then followed by question and answer period. For all the participants who want to ask questions, please write the question on the form that will be available in the chat room during the presentation. Please indicate to whom or which speaker your question is addressed. So we will have three speakers in the row, and then we will have question and answer period. Now we will have our first speaker, Professor Dr. Jeff Sawyer. Let me introduce him. Dr. Jeff Sawyer is Professor of Tropical Forest Conservation in the Department of Forest and Conservation Sciences at the University of British Columbia, Canada. Jeff has had a long career working to conserve tropical nature. He has worked in the field in Africa and Asia and headed the Forest Conservation Program at IUCN in Switzerland. Jeff was the founding director general of the Center for International Forestry Research located in James Cook. Jeff was the founding director general of the Center for International Forestry Research located in Bogor. In recent years, he has been based in World Wide Fund and IUCN in Switzerland and with James Cook University in Australia before moving in 2018 to Vancouver. Jeff's now focus on studying ways of reconciling nature conservation with improving the livelihoods of people who live in remote forested areas. Jeff has worked in many parts of Indonesia, but has a special interest in the island of Sulawesi. Jeff has published several books and many research articles. Professor Sawyer, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Ibu Audrey, and thank you very much indeed for inviting me to take part in your seminar. And it's very nice to see amongst the participants many friends from Patimura. I'm happy to see them on screen. I'd be even happier if I could see them in person. Unfortunately, of course, that's not possible. So actually, yesterday we finished our teaching here for this semester in Vancouver. And if it had not been for the travel restrictions, we would probably now be sitting on a plane and heading towards Indonesia to spend a couple of months with you in the field. But obviously that's not possible. So we really wish we were with you, because here right now it's dark, it's raining, it's cold, and it's very windy. And I would very much sooner be sitting in Ambon with you all talking about some of the problems that are on the agenda of this meeting. So I have to tell you a bit about how I became involved in some of these things and my history of engagement with natural resources issues in Indonesia. As Ibu Audrey said, I started running the forest conservation program at WWF and IUCN in Switzerland in the early 1980s. And at that time, I was the sort of headquarters desk officer for the Indonesia program. So I had quite a lot of involvement in Indonesia all that time ago. And I used to visit Indonesia then. And at that time, Indonesia had a population of about 130 million people, less than half of the population today. And it was a very different country to the country it is today. Natural resources were obviously in much better shape, and many of the outer islands had relatively little development. Since that time, Indonesia has radically changed. It's advanced enormously in many social and economic domains. And of course, it still has incredible, wonderful natural resources. But as Pat Rudy said in the presentation we just heard, there are huge pressures on those natural resources. And those pressures are greatly increased by the problems created by the pandemic. So I'm not going to talk about the pandemic specifically, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the role I see for research and for universities like Patimura to create conditions where building back better is more likely to happen, and where sustainable management of natural resources is going to happen. And that's a big challenge that has to be confronted in Indonesia, because the risks of not confronting those challenges are very great. So I was very honored and pleased to be appointed in 1993 to head C4 in Indonesia. And I moved to Bogor at that time, and I spent the next 10 years working in Indonesia. And part of the negotiations that we had with the government of Indonesia at the time was that C4 would be allocated an area of forest to do research. And we had a lot of discussions about where we were going to do that and what it was going to be. But because of my involvement previously with conservation organizations, I was really interested in these places where you had very high biodiversity, quite high levels of human poverty, but also very high likelihood of significant changes in landscapes as development occurred. So we chose an area to do our research in East Kalimantan, as it was then, and this is a picture of it. And at the time, this was our research forest, we considered that the big things that were likely to happen in this area were that there was going to be a lot of logging, and people at that time considered that logging was a major threat to forests, and the challenge of achieving sustainable logging was one of the main environmental challenges. And there was also what was perceived as a problem of shifting agriculture. So we engaged in that area, and what's really interesting is that as time progressed, those perceptions of the problem turned out to be relatively wrong. Those problems disappeared on their own as the economies grew and other problems emerged. But because we were there and we were in the field a lot, and I spent many, many beautiful visits to East Kalimantan and to the forest at that time with Ibu Intu, my wife. So we were a multidisciplinary team. I was the biologist and she was the anthropologist. But we built relations with people. We knew everybody. We had lots of other scientists working there. And so we had a huge amount of knowledge of what was going on in the area, lots of really good relations with people in the villages and in the local government. And as these other challenges emerged, we were in a position to work with those people, to do research, to try and help them to address some of those problems and make better decisions. So the sorts of things that began to happen quite soon after we got into this area were things we had not predicted when we took on this area as a forest. First of all, mining, particularly coal mining, became a big issue, but other sorts of mining. Perhaps more recently, hydroelectric dams have become a big issue, which requires, of course, opening up infrastructure in remote areas. In 1998, the decentralization of natural resource management to district level was a big issue again. Lots of challenges. Districts didn't necessarily have the capacity or motivation to do things sustainably. So we confronted that problem. And then a bit later on, RED Plus and payments for environmental services and measures to reduce carbon emissions because of climate change became a big issue. And more recently, the expansion of oil palm estates has become a significant issue that people are worried about internationally. So the fact that we were there and we were doing research and we had all the connections with local people meant that we could make some contributions to helping people think through how they would address all these issues. And we really did that, tried to do that through the eyes of local people. So asking the question that with all those potential changes going on, what would local people want to happen? What would be the best outcome for them? And our overall general conclusion was that most of those people wanted the sorts of benefits which today are described in the indicators for the Sustainable Development Goals. So they wanted more secure food, better healthcare, better education, jobs, more equality and important roles for women, better water supplies, better infrastructure. All those sorts of things were what people wanted when you asked them. So our role has been to sort of look at these changes and see how those changes can be influenced so that they deliver on the sorts of benefits that people want. Now, I can't talk in great detail about these things now, but I'm going to just give you one or two examples of the sorts of things that became big issues. So while I was still in Indonesia, there was a lot of interest in oil palm. There were environmentalists who were very alarmed that oil palm was going to replace pretty much all the forests of Indonesia, that it was going to be a huge industry, and that this was going to be very bad for the environment. And I think that even at that time, we were concerned that this might have been an oversimplified assessment of the potential impacts of oil palm. So we actually used simulation models in East Kalimantan to work out what the development benefits of oil palm might be and what the environmental costs might be. Now, I can't go into the details, but we've subsequently followed that, and we've published several more papers from other parts of Indonesia in which we've argued that if oil palm is managed properly, if all the local concerns about the expansion of oil palm are addressed, and if people get employed and money stays in the community, that a certain level of oil palm expansion is very good for the people and can be achieved without significant environmental harm. So I think we were able to contribute some scientific rationale, some data, some evidence to the debates. And I think that may have helped to influence the government in some parts of Indonesia towards a better approach to the expansion of oil palm. And particularly in what is now North Kalimantan, I think that expansion has been very modest and well managed and has not done much environmental harm and has achieved a lot of local benefits. A second big issue that emerged whilst we were involved in East Kalimantan was the emergence of the possibility for payments for environmental services. So people would get paid to conserve forests. And we also were very interested in this, and we worked a lot with a number of communities. This one is the village of Setulang near Malinau, where the people were very interested in conserving the forests around their village, and they wanted to get those payments that they heard about that rich countries were prepared to pay if they were to conserve the forests. And we worked with those people. We tried to solicit interest from people in those rich countries and in those rich corporations to contribute to conservation in this village. And we've stayed in touch with those people ever since. And the interesting thing was that these solutions that were dreamed up at international conferences in mainly rich countries, where people committed to giving money to people in poor countries and in forest areas to conserve their forests, they didn't really work out very well on the ground. And still today, 20 or 30 years later, there are very few people in remote parts of Indonesia in the forest who have been able to get any benefits from these payments for environmental services, these reduced emissions from deforestation and degradation, REDD. And I think that is an issue that it was important to research. And I think we do now know that there are things that could be done that would allow people to get more benefits from those things. And that research is quite urgent. Anyway, there were just a couple of examples of things we did in East Kalimantan during that period. But we learned a lot about integrated natural resource management, about engaging local people with natural resources. So when I left C4, I went back to IUCN in Switzerland, and we set up a huge program to try and apply some of the lessons that we'd learned in Indonesia in other parts of the world. And we produced these, well, quite a lot of publications, but these two books which set out the sorts of plans we had, the things we would like to do in different tropical countries to try and use science to improve natural resource management at more local scales, at landscape scales. We were very concerned that promises were being made at international conventions and international intergovernmental meetings, but it was very difficult to translate those promises into real action on the ground. So we published books and guidelines. We also published journal papers. One of the more influential ones was this paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, which gave a sort of prescription for how you would engage in a landscape with local actors, with researchers, and with local government and corporations in order to achieve the sorts of balanced development that Pak Rudy was talking about, where you would be able to minimize your environmental damage and maximize local development benefits. And we tried to pursue this in a number of countries based in Switzerland, but then we managed to get a grant from the MacArthur Foundation. And we decided that we wanted to spend the rest of our careers trying to help some of these things happen, to apply some of these things in the field, and we chose to do that in Indonesia. So we worked and have worked until fairly recently in a number of landscapes in Indonesia, where we wanted to learn together with local universities and local people how we could proceed and how we could use science to get better outcomes at a landscape scale. And this was very much a reaction of ours to the fact that we thought that many of the things that were being decided internationally at the Climate Change Convention and the Biodiversity Convention were not really easy to do when you got onto the ground. They sounded very simple when you were in Paris or Copenhagen or wherever it happened to be. But people on the ground were finding it very hard to do the sorts of things that were being talked about. And that's because the context in all these places is so different. And the things you have to do are different in every place. And ultimately, decisions about what you do have to be made by the local people because they are the people whose behavior will influence what happens. So I'd always been really interested in Eastern Indonesia, Malaysia, and all the islands in Maluku and so forth. Because when I was in C4, I was mostly in Sumatra and Java. I didn't have much time to go to the east, but when I did go to the east, I found it incredibly beautiful, incredibly interesting, amazing diversity of species of birds and mammals and plants, and amazing diversity of people, really interesting people. But I never had the chance to really do very much work. So when we got our MacArthur grant, we decided we would invest a lot of our time in Eastern Indonesia. And we also decided that Seram was a pretty interesting island to work in because we knew friends, some of whom will be speaking today at this meeting, who'd worked with Patimura University out of Ambon, who'd done some interesting things in Seram. Seram is one of the biggest islands in Indonesia. It's one of the most forested islands. So far, it's had relatively little development pressure, and many of the people have fairly simple lives, but pressures for development are coming quickly to Seram. There's a lot of potential for all sorts of things that will cause disruption to the environment and will impact on the lives of people. So it seemed a really interesting natural laboratory for us to try and work with a local partner. And we found a really good local partner in the people in Patimura University, particularly Pak Agus Castanya and Pak Max and lots of other people who were really welcoming to us. So we decided that we would try and focus our very small contribution on working in Seram. So this is Seram. You all know it very well. And so for the last few years, we've taken a lot of interest in what is changing in Seram and what research is needed to make those changes better, and to see whether we might make some small contribution to improving the situation in that island, but also learn in Seram things that could be applied in other parts of the world. So as you all very well know, Seram is spectacularly beautiful. It's got these amazingly high forested mountains emerging directly from the sea. The marine environment is very rich. The level of diversity, endemism of birds and plants is very, very high. And the degree of disturbance of the habitat is not yet very great. And so it's a fascinating laboratory for people like ourselves who are interested in all these changes. So biodiversity, of course, Seram is amazing for its high biodiversity of many, many birds especially. And that's something that I've always been especially interested in. And you have this fascinating economy based on spices that has flourished probably for 1,000 or 2,000 years and still is a very important part of the economy. And it's interesting that these spices are growing in some of these forests, which when we first got there looked like pretty natural forests to us, but we find that those forests have been managed for hundreds of years by local people to enrich them with these valuable crops. And the management of those crops has been the underpinning of the whole economy. It's been very successful. It has been done in a way that has enriched the environment, not degraded it. So we looked at some of these things. This particular paper was based on work on some other islands in Sulawesi on the cultivation of pala, of nutmeg in some of the small islands off North Sulawesi, but the same principles apply. These forests, which are full of cengkeh and pala and lots of other valuable species, are fascinating forests. They're the creation of human beings and they're very biodiverse and they're really interesting systems to work on. So we became interested in those and in their sustainability and what's their future? What's going to happen to these sorts of forests when estate crops arrive and roads arrive and development happens and more people are on the island? I'm not going to answer these questions. I think these are the sorts of questions that researchers need to continue to study in the long term and find answers for. And you don't find a single answer at one point in time. You have to be engaged with the people making decisions and sensitize them to the sorts of risks and opportunities that there are, and get science engaged in a way that contributes continuously to better decision-making about land use change in these places. We were also really interested in Seram because it has these amazing Huaulu people who are quite distinct in many ways, who have very interesting lives and traditions and a huge amount of knowledge of the forests, who mostly live up in the mountains. And again, as my wife is an anthropologist, we were really interested in them and how they might manage their natural resources. And at the time, and still today, there was a major move by the Indonesian government to move natural resources management into the hands of indigenous communities, such as the Huaulu people. So we would now be working with them to try and get to know better what the opportunities and threats are as perceived by those people. And Ibu Lauren, who's from the University of Hawaii, who I think is on this call, will be returning as soon as the pandemic subsides to work in this area and with these people. I'm just being reminded by my wife to say that we do this research really not ourselves. We do this with students who are mostly Indonesian. So at the present moment, I have 4 Indonesian PhD students, and I've had several others in the past. And our policy is to co-supervise those students with people from Indonesian universities. And we have agreements with Patimura University and with the University of Indonesia to do that. So these are the situations we're facing, and we are not specialists in any one dimension of change or development or any one commodity in these islands. We're trying really to understand what the threats are, what the opportunities are, what the future has in store for the people and for the environment in the island. So we have recently published a paper, and Agus Castaño was one of the authors, where we look at the transitions that are taking place, particularly in Seram, and how the governance of those changes can occur in ways that make sure that decisions are taken that take into account fully the interests and rights of local people and of the government of Indonesia, but still address these global environmental challenges. Now, I'm going to finish with one little story that's very dear to my heart. A very special thing. This is the kahichap, the black-chinned monarch, which is one of the rarest birds in the world. There's just a few hundred left on the island of Pulau Buano, off Seram. So in terms of Indonesia's commitments to international biodiversity conventions, etc., it's one of the highest conservation priorities on the planet. But for the people on the island, it's not very high priority at all. The people on the island are very interesting, but they're very poor. They score quite badly on the Sustainable Development Indicators. So we've spent quite a bit of time on that island, and we have a couple of PhD students, Indonesians, who've spent more time there and who will continue to work there. And it's a really nice example of how there is a clash between these global conservation commitments and the interests of local people. So the local people live very simple lives. They have very few resources, quite low incomes. They mainly survive from the marine environment. They also make most of their cash income by distilling kayu putih oil from melaleuca trees. So quite a lot of the island's forest has been converted to these melaleuca gardens. And that's fine. That's not a problem. What is a problem is that to distill the melaleuca oil from the leaves, you need to boil the leaves, and you need wood fuel for that. And that wood fuel is eating up the forests of the island of Buano. And the people will run out of fuel, so they won't be able to maintain their livelihoods. But the kahichap, one of the world's rarest birds, will run out of habitat and will possibly become extinct. So finding a solution to that is an example of how difficult and how special these problems of conservation and development are in the field, in real places. So we have tried to work with the people there to understand change, to have a conversation with them about the sorts of changes we think might happen or they think might happen. We've used all these participatory techniques and various studies, and we've taken images from satellites to try and contribute to finding solutions to the problems of that island. And I can't pretend that we have found solutions, but you see what the people want. They want infrastructure, they want increased incomes, they want jobs, they want to expand their economic activities. And if they do that without any controls, then the chances are that the habitat of the Hichat and all the other things that live on that island will be degraded. So we have this clash of local and global priorities. And the institutions that might help to sort of manage these difficult things, they're quite weak in these remote islands. But one thing is clear, that strict protection, just telling the people they cannot cut the wood, they cannot clear the forest, is not going to be acceptable. They don't want that. They want development. They want to have a reasonable chance of getting some of the development benefits that they see in other parts of Indonesia. So we haven't got a solution to this. It's just, I'm using it as an example. But this concept of a kawasan ecosystem essential is an interesting concept that we've been exploring there. And again, when the pandemic finishes, we would like to come back and further explore that. So I'm going to finish just with a few ideas, thoughts on things that our university would be very interested in doing in Maluku and in collaboration with Pattimura. As I said, we've got an MOU signed with Pattimura University. We have 360 Indonesian students here in Vancouver, amazingly, although not many of them working in environmental issues. But we would like to have an enduring and deep relationship with Pattimura, and we'd like to spend more time with you. So one of the projects we're working on in several countries is called Vibrant Forest Landscapes. This is all about finding ways to conserve forests that contribute to the economies of the people who live in those forests in ways that are sustainable. So it focuses on small and medium forest enterprises. So those enterprises might be cultivating pala, cengkeh, or kayu putih, lots of things like that. So we're looking at the sorts of conditions under which those small enterprises can flourish. We're interested in how people can participate effectively in decision-making, especially under the new decentralization rules in Indonesia, and how indigenous people, minorities, might take part in that decision-making, so how the governance might operate. We're interested in the competitiveness of enterprises. Is there a role for big enterprises alongside small enterprises? What's the best way of balancing big enterprises that have economies of scale with these small enterprises that can still give more benefits to local people? We're interested in various ways of communicating with people. We have an interesting project to use art to try and share understandings of environmental and development issues with people who don't use the sorts of language and models that scientists tend to use. So that's something we'd like to pursue with you all in Seram and elsewhere in Maluku. And I mentioned that we have an ethnobiologist, Lauren, who hopes to move soon to work with you as soon as the pandemic subsists, who's going to look at the ethnobiology of the people living in these landscapes and see what we can learn from them that can be applied to future development in the region. So I'm not going to go into detail here. We use some recent techniques to help to frame our work and to help us engage with local people and with local scientists. So we're quite keen on theories of change. You work out what the ultimate outcome you're seeking is, and you try and decide what you can do and how you might do it in order to achieve that change. We're interested in using network analysis to understand how people interact, who makes decisions, who actually influences what happens. And this work is all published. We can send you papers if you would like to have them. You can email us, but this work was done in Sumatra, but we would like to apply some of this work in Maluku. And we've recently published a paper on what we call transdisciplinary science, which is our version of how science can be conducted by teams of scientists from different disciplines, but who work with local people and exploit traditional ecological knowledge from the people on the ground. And you'll see that several Indonesians contributed to that paper. That's just published a few weeks ago. So that's the sort of work we're trying to do. So we again refer back to my original thing, which is that we think that these global decisions on forests made by countries, by Paris with 192 countries signing up to do things, and the conventional biodiversity meeting next year in China to make commitments for the next 10 years and so forth. They're fine, but they have to be connected with the realities on the ground. They have to have some meaning for people living on Pulau Buana with the kahicha, or in Sawaii with their spice gardens. What do these sorts of commitments mean for those people, and how can we translate them into things that will lead to better outcomes for the environment and for the people in Eastern Indonesia and elsewhere in the tropics? So that's what I wanted to say, and I would very much like to think that we will engage with you on these issues in the coming years, and as soon as the conditions allow us to do so, we will be coming back to visit you in Ambon. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, Ibu Audrey, you're muted. Ibu Audrey.
Sorry.
Yes,
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Sawyer, for the excellent presentation. So now we're going to move to our second speakers, Dr. Mark Thomas Nicom. Here is his brief CV. Dr. Mark Thomas Nicom owned Nicom Orchard Consulting in Honolulu, Hawaii, United States. He got his Doctor of Philosophy in Horticultural Sciences from University of Florida, Gainesville, and Master of Science in Botany from University of Hawaii, Manoa, Honolulu, Hawaii. He was worked as assistant professor and researchers in sustainable farming system at University of Hawaii, Manoa, where he was done research, extension, and teaching in tropical fruit production, tree crop phenology, the annual life cycle of the trees to improve yield and tree health. He has been traveled to Indonesia 7 times in 4 years, during 2014 to 2018. He focused on the Maluku and worked with colleagues to learn more about the local agriculture system, the Dusung and Kampong. Dr. Nicom, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a great pleasure to be speaking to people who are in Ambon and Maluku again. Let's see here. Am I sharing screen now? Okay.
Not yet.
Can you see?
Not yet.
No? Okay, 1 second.
No.
Select a window. Let's see here. Now?
Okay. Yeah, it's starting now.
Okay, very good. Thank you. So today what I would like to do is talk with you a little bit about Hawaii and discuss small-scale sustainable agriculture in Hawaii and the United States. My background was already introduced. I've got a great interest in tropical fruit trees and their life cycles, and I talk about them a lot. And I also have really enjoyed my 7 trips to Indonesia. I've gone to Seram as well, which I loved. My friend and colleague is Simon Raharjo there at Patimura, and so I've traveled with Simon to a number of places. I've also spent time in North Maluku, Ternate and Tidore and Makian and Bacan, and gone to many of the forts and studied the colonial history and the agriculture there. And also I've been fascinated by the Banda Islands, and I've gone there twice and gone to every island there. So great love for Maluku. Today I'm going to see. There we go. talk to you about Hawaii and small-scale agriculture, but first I'd like to introduce life in early Hawaii. And what's interesting about early Hawaii is that in early times, the archaeologists and historians believe that Hawaii had a population of nearly 1 million people. And this is pre-European contact. And that's approximately the same population that we have in the islands now. So their traditional agriculture system was referred to as Yahoo Pua'a. And the Yahoo Pua'a is basically a whole pie-shaped segment of land from mountain ridge to mountain ridge and from the back of the valley and the whole watershed all the way down to the ocean. And so in the middle and back portions of the valley where it was rainy, that's where they had lo'i, and lo'i are taro patches. And so a lot of taro patches, breadfruit, and many other canoe crops. As any kind of erosion or any nutrients might have washed out through the stream, then they also had what were called fish ponds, and they actually built walls out in the outer areas here. Do you see this bar on the side too? Maybe I'll just do that. So at any rate,
Yeah.
yes, you do. My apologies. There. This is the first time I've used Zoom, so my apologies. So in this area here, then is where the fish ponds would be. So currently over 90% of our food in Hawaii is imported, and we only have about enough food in the islands to last us for about the next 7 days without the next shipment of food from the mainland. So food security here is a current and ever-pressing problem. My talk today will be kind of talking about economics of scale. In conventional agriculture, large size is much more efficient. You're trying to get large land acreage. This increases the efficiency. It reduces the cost per acre because you can spread the cost of equipment and things over a greater area, and it increases the profit. So in our conference today, we're talking about increasing economic resilience. Well, today in small-scale agriculture in Hawaii, it's a very different kind of paradigm. We have smaller farm sizes now, typically. The cost of the land is very expensive. And in order to reduce the risk of crop failure, it's better to increase your crop diversity. So I'll be showing you some examples of that. And it's also far better to spread labor over the year to be more efficient with fewer workers so that you can reduce the cost, as opposed to having a large harvest that comes in at any one time. So kind of a neat thing to think about. I'm going to start off looking at community gardens. So very small scale, just a few hundred square feet. And there are wonderful things called heirloom seed catalogs. And in these seed catalogs, you can get just about anything. And they're wonderful for sources of diverse and tested crops for both home gardens and small scale production. So after our test seminar yesterday, I ran out and wanted to go to my local community garden. And so went to the Manoa Community Garden, which is about a 5-minute drive from my home. And I used to have a garden plot there in the past. Community gardens allow local residents to grow food inexpensively. It adds to health and well-being, and it is especially beneficial for elderly and low-income people. It brings different generations together who normally would not be. So we have a wonderful community garden. This is just the outside of the garden there, but I'm sure you see a lot of crops that you recognize, but that we may not find in our American grocery stores. So it allows for community gardeners to share seeds and plants between fellow gardeners, which we did a lot of. And it also allows for a really interesting patchwork of crops. To a lot of you in Indonesia, it may feel similar to your kampong, to your little gardens near home, but most folks in America don't generally have that. Some in Hawaii do, but not as many. So this allows for many cultural crops, especially for immigrant homesteads and homelands, to be able to fulfill their cooking traditions. It improves health, exercise, because the number of our community gardeners are a little bit older, and increases their nutrition. Many things, different tropical fruit trees, root crops, greens, and legumes for soups are grown, as well as herbs, spices, greens for salads, and vines, peppers. Here we've got some nice, we call it lilikoi, but it's passion fruit. I might be getting some feedback. Someone might not have their thing on mute. There's also room in these gardens for some really funny kind of flower displays, and that makes it really pretty neat. So here's a lady, it's called Mommy and Noah's Garden. And so for the change in season, she does kind of whimsical changes in her garden to different flowers and fruits, and it's fun. So that's the kind of very small scale, just kind of for personal use. Last week, at this very time, I was on the Big Island of Hawaii, and I was looking at a farm, and I'm going to introduce you to this farm and some issues and difficulties with the economics of it. This is the Big Island, which is the easternmost island of Hawaii, and this is the Hamakua Coast. And it's the windward east side of the island, and it's north of Hilo Town. The landscape is a patchwork. This all used to be sugarcane, and the sugarcane on the Big Island was shut down in the 1990s. So since then, a lot of this land and large acreages had been sold off and then also over time subdivided. But what you see here is up in this area is a lot of cattle grazing land. Some of it is conservation land. There's a lot of eucalyptus windbreaks and forests. So all of these forest areas, a lot of them are agroforestry systems. A lot of them are, can be predominantly, some are eucalyptus. A lot of these windbreaks here, a lot of these are all eucalyptus. And a lot of orchards and mixed agriculture in these areas. And then as you go a little bit further south, you get close to Hilo Town. There's a lot of small villages that we call plantation villages that are from the age of the sugarcane. And like I say, most of those plantations were closed in the early 1990s. So there are these small villages, but then there are other farms that are laid out around them. Earlier in the 90s, the cost of the land was significantly less. Now, many of these are really just gentleman farms, but I think if you're smart and want it to be a good, solid business, and you do things diversely enough, you can be successful in that. So this is an aerial view of the farm that I was looking at. It's 10 acres, so you can see it's a square rectangle there, 10 acres. And this area here is about 7 acres of lychee, with 350 trees, which is a pretty nice spacing. You can see they're widely spaced. These trees are 8 years old now, and they're pretty good size, but there's still a lot of space between them, which makes them fairly easy to work with. So these trees were planted in 2012, and they began production about 2017. The other 3 acres has citrus, has some mango, which mango generally isn't very successful on windward rainy sides. So I'm not so sure how well that's doing, and a few citrus. So I was very excited and interested in this farm. It's very appealing. They're very healthy lychee trees. They're in good condition, but they need pruning. They're now about 3 to 4 meters tall. So they're starting to get pretty tall and in need of, like I say, in need of pruning. So I think these folks might be selling at a really good point in time to sell. Anyway, like I said, there are risks to having a single crop. And this is a fairly good size amount of trees for one person or a couple people to handle. It takes about 6 weeks, is about the harvest season. In the year 2017, they had their first production. In 2018, there was 0 production. And in the last 2 years, there's been pretty good production, but not all of the entire orchard actually produces. It might be 1/2 1 year, or there might be a problem with flowering. You can have issues with rainfall during flowering, and when that happens, you lose your crop. You don't have a crop. And that's what happened in 2018. So this is where I really started seeing that it looked like a great investment property. It looked like I could make a business out of it. But maybe instead of being so specialized, it would be better to have 3 or 5 different crops on that acreage so that I could spread my labor out. A significant cost was labor and harvesting. They had to hire 4 harvesters for 6 weeks. And, that's difficult. Other neat aspects on the farm that you might find fun, there was a great number of beetle nut trees. I don't know, at least 20 beetle nut trees that they were selling locally, perhaps to Micronesian folks in the area. Some nice breadfruit. As I mentioned, citrus and a home garden. But this area here, this overgrown grass, I found really interesting. I finally asked what it was. And she said, oh, we can't do anything on that area. It's a very hard packed and there's gravel underneath because it used to be a runway for a crop duster. A crop duster is a small airplane that in plantation times would have flown pesticides and dropped pesticides over a great area of the sugarcane plantation. So since that wasn't really disclosed when I was looking into purchasing the property, that was kind of a red flag. Anyway, it really was beautiful. And this is what a lot of these farms look like in this area. Just beautiful orchards, sunny, but lots of rain, and very green. So here's some dragon fruit that they had grown, and she really did a beautiful job on this place. So now I'm going to move in a little bit larger scale, a little bit larger. You can move into something like a U-pick. And a U-pick farm, you grow everything there on the farm, and then you go ahead and folks, your customers, come in for harvest season and they harvest. So that saves you on labor. It gives them a fun family activity, brings community together. And it's just kind of a nice thing. This is a particular farm that's in Alaska, and actually is near a friend of mine who lives out there, so he has visited this farm before. This is just a shot off of a TV show recently. They're called Pyra's Pioneer Peak Farm in Alaska. And what's really interesting about Alaska is their growing season might be shorter than the mainland United States or other areas. But since they're so far north, they have 20 hours in some areas of daylight. And when you have that much daylight, your vegetables can grow and be incredibly productive. And Alaska is known for growing some of the largest cabbages in the world. But here it's just really neat to see such a diversity of all different ages and ethnicities and people in Alaska. Pretty fun to see. So the next scale up might be a more organized farm. If it's not an individual's farm, if it's not larger and you have something like a UPIC kind of facility. This is locally, and this is a picture out of today's paper. And it's about a guy locally. He's on West Oahu, and they have a farm called Ma'o Farms that they founded in 2001. It's an organic farm, and it has a great mission. I went to a sustainable agriculture, Sustainable Agriculture Education Association meeting a few years ago that was in Santa Cruz. And this group, Ma'o Farms, had a contingent of 5 or 7 of their key people there, and it was wonderful. And they work in conjunction with a professor named Albie Miles, who's at University of Hawaii, West Oahu, and they've got a tremendous program there. So they have an internship program that hires young people who are college age, pays them and helps them cover their tuition to be able to go to school. So it's a real progressive program. They started initially with 5 acres in 2001. They grew to a core campus. This is a quote from their website in 2011. And now they've got leases signed for 281 acres. So they're working on building everything. And it's a wonderful farm. They've done wonderful things, and they're empowering youth to succeed in college and to secure sustaining careers. So real pleased to see this. The interview in the paper today was interesting, and this is with regards to Hawaii agriculture. How does Ma'o Organic Farms and its nonprofit social enterprise model fit into Hawaii's agricultural sector? During the past 150 years, Hawaii's agriculture has been dominated by industrial sugar, pineapple, and GMO seed production. So GMO seed production is one of the current big businesses here, in particular corn and corn hybridization, because as well, you probably know in Indonesia, you can get multiple crops, life cycles in for crop breeding in a single year. So back in the day, corn breeding in the middle of Illinois or Iowa in the US would be much slower than it would be here. You could do it twice as fast at least. So these agribusinesses have controlled local land and water systems to the detriment of growing and eating our own food. And so what they're able to do, they feel, is to create regenerative agriculture and to represent a more sustainable, ecological future for our local food production. It's really, really key. And farming, so what will it take for local farmers to compete successfully against mainland imports regarding price and product availability? This is very difficult. While farming is very risky and there's a very thin margin, I think there are many local producers already successfully competing against imported food, whether it's due to price or availability. And so they have experience working with one of the main grocery stores, which is Foodlands, and one of the more upscale, expensive, organic type stores, which is called Whole Foods. Sometimes it has the nickname Whole Paycheck, but they've been able to have high-end, high-quality produce. So that's another scale. In September, I'm trying to show a little bit of the United States as well, not just Hawaii. In September, I was back in my home state of Illinois, which is right smack dab in the middle of the country. And I was helping with my grandma, And while I was there, I took a day off and I went to a apple orchard. And apple orchards are a tradition in the US in many areas, especially in the fall. Apple cider, fresh squeezed apple juice, apple cider, and also U-pick apples. So this is another U-pick facility where this is a larger, but still privately owned. I think it's been around for 60 years, something along those lines. But they also have, it's kind of touristy. You know, you have a corn maze, you have the U-pick, they have a kids area, they have some old farm equipment that they have out for people to see what the old farm equipment was like. Probably, I don't know if they were doing the petting zoo, but they have farm animals and things for kids and people to see. But what I liked the most was I went and picked apples in the orchard. I'll show you some pictures of the orchard. But I also liked their market. They had apple pies, they had preserves, they had already picked apples, and a lot of value added products. So it was a real nice blend of many, many income streams. So these are the apple trees out in the orchard, and I was pretty impressed. In Australia, they're also doing some of this kind of work in the Queensland area on tropical fruit trees, which is wonderful. But here, this is apple trees in Illinois, and they're on a trellis system, or also called espalier. And so what this allows is for you to keep smaller trees. Over there, they had about 6 apple cultivars, and they each matured at a slightly different time. So for about 3 or 4 months, there's harvest there. And since it's U-pick, that means you have customers who come back several times. So it's a good model. Here you see one of the orchards is part of a sustainable landscape. So in central Illinois and throughout a lot of the Midwest, these wind farms where you're driving down the highway and you see hundreds of these wind farms. It's pretty cool to see. But I just thought that was a neat piece of sustainability there. Here's another look at the espalier. So they're able to plant the trees very close together. I presume they're able to get them to bear fruit sooner at a younger age. The pruning becomes easier. And what these trees do is they don't put all that energy into a heavy tree. The trees you see are very small and very light. So all the energy that gets produced by the leaves goes straight into fruit production. So it adds a little bit of efficiency. It makes your fertilizing more efficient. And you can see they're very close together. The trees are maybe 1 meter apart. So keep trees small, I always say. It makes it easier to harvest. It reduces the labor. Makes for less wind damage. You can plant closer together and there's generally less disease. As far as increasing diversity, when I was a faculty member, I don't think I took this part as seriously. I had a research position and I was working primarily with avocados and breadfruit and wanting to make larger commercial production. But now that I've been looking at getting a farm for myself and understanding more of what a small farm is and understanding what the risks are that are involved, I'm understanding the great value of diversity of fruit crops. So this is a study that came out 13 or 14 years ago by one of the leaders of our Hawaii Tropical Fruit Growers group. They came out with 12 rare fruit trees real quick, because a lot of them I had never heard of, but many I had. Chirimoya, fig, grumichama, kumquat, loquat, a type of raspberry. Poha berry are really good. Pomegranate, Rangpur lime, Suriname cherry, tree tomato here, Tamarillo, and tropical apricot. Most of these were grown for sale to chefs, nearby hotels, and the local farmers market. So, you know, I don't know in the end how they were faring. And obviously, there's only a small market, so you couldn't necessarily do it on large scales. But each individual farm has to make choices, make connections, and figure out marketing. So the diversity is a great thing. So here's a story I like to tell. And you can look through this, but predominantly I want to show you the fig, which is the second line here. One fig tree. He claims on this particular year to have harvested 788 pounds with a gross revenue of $2,500 and a gross margin after labor and harvesting costs of $2,000. So where this is really interesting is when I was working and advising growers, I had a man come in and say that he wanted to grow macadamia. He had his young, I know I need to wrap it up here, so I'm going to finish shortly. He wanted to put together an orchard for his son, who was a teenager, and his son was holding a phone and looked very uninterested. I had looked at farms previously and had looked at a 20-acre nut farm, macadamia nut farm, and I'd seen in the listing that 2 years ago they had lost $2,000, and that the current year they made $3,000. So basically each year they netted $500 on 20 acres of macadamia nuts when all was said and done. And the labor to harvest macadamia can be crazy. Now, who knows how much they actually harvested? But I just thought maybe this guy should look into some other crops, and maybe his young son would be happier with just a few trees to harvest from. A couple of quick things that are fun to look at a bigger scale. We have a group called the Hawaii Tropical Fruit Growers, and they have two really impressive activities that have happened in recent years. The first is they've established germplasm collections of rare fruits and fruit varieties at about 6 locations throughout all of the major Hawaiian islands. So this is great because we can test, distribute to members, and have occasional plant sales. Recently, I think last month, they completed a $263,000 state-of-the-art greenhouse for plant quarantine and containment. So now our society members are going to be able to import and bring in plants from outside of the country, quarantine them for the appropriate, I think it's 2 years. It has a little moat around it to keep insects out. And so anyway, pretty neat stuff. Let me go back. So the last thing I want to show, if I can, there. But here's the large scale. So a few years ago, the last of the sugarcane plantations shut down on Maui. It left 41,000 acres. That's about, 20,000 hectares of vacant land. A company called Mahi Pono purchased it and is subdividing it into lease for all sorts of diversified farming at the rate of about $150 per acre per year. This is great. And if my web page will open, I'd like to show you their map real quick. So each of these areas, this whole area, I'm going to zoom out here, but there's Maui. Here's the West Maui Mountains. Here's Kahului. This is a large tract of land for Hawaii, and each area is going to set up to be for coffee, perhaps, macadamia, citrus. Some are for veggies, I know. But anyway, just to take a quick look, cattle, forage crops. So this could go a real long way. And if they get qualified people, they have an application process you have to go through. It's quite interesting. Let's see here. So now I've got to find my talk real quick. Skip that. Last thing I'd like to show you, and then I'll get out of here, is screen sharing stopped. Well, I'll leave it at that. I wanted to show you a quick advertisement for our Hawaii Master Food Preservers group. And I think that's a neat last thing. They do freezing, drying, canning, pickling, fermenting, and many other things. I wanted to show you some pictures, but I think my time is up, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nikum, for the very interesting presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will have our last but not least speaker in this session, Professor Dr. Sota Yamamoto. Let me introduce him. Dr. Sota Yamamoto is Associate Professor at International Center for Island Study, Kagoshima University, Japan. He got his bachelor, master, and PhD degree from Kyoto University. His field of specialization is ethnobotany. His research topics are an ethnobotanical study on chili peppers, traditional fermented food, plant usage in Asia Pacific regions. He also did dietary patterns and food consumption survey in Micronesia. Professor Yamamoto, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Sota Yamamoto,
Yes.
and I think from 2015 I go to Ambon to study chili peppers, Chabe de Maruku. But today the theme of the conference is sustainable utilization of natural resources. So I would like to introduce my study about long-term food consumption survey in Micronesia. So the Federated States of Micronesia consists of 4 states, and the FSM is composed of about 600 small islands, which amount to an area of about 700 square kilometers. Actually, the biggest island of the FSM is the half size of Ambon, so very small island. The FSM is spread over more than like a big area of the Pacific Ocean. Then this is a map of my study site. So Federated States of Micronesia is here, and Ambon is here. So today the topic about Chuuk Atoll and the small island on the ledge of the atoll, Peace Panel Island. So in the 1950s, people in the FSM still ate a traditional diet based on starch staple crops, breadfruit, root and tuber crops, banana, and marine resources. This began to be replaced by a diet rich in rice, flour, sugar, fatty foods, and other imported or processed foods. Then this phenomenon accelerated after a Compact of Free Association was signed between the FSM and the US in 1986. Then the government, NGOs, and researchers have attempted to promote a return to local foods because of the higher carotenoid and vitamin contents compared to modern foods. Then I thought, do they really eat a non-traditional food? Actually, there are no reports on detailed dietary patterns from the long term. So I conducted food consumption survey on Peace Panel Island of Chuuk Atoll, Chuuk State. So this is a Pispanel Island satellite image, and very, very flat island. Maybe you have like such a small island, flat island in Maluku area. Main crop is breadfruit, banana, and root and tuber crops. And mostly important crop is breadfruit in Micronesia, especially this Juk Atoll. And just they peel the skin of the breadfruit and just cook. There are sometimes the variety of the breadfruit has seeds also. And they also pound the cooked breadfruit. It's like we say Japanese mochi, but maybe in English, like a sticky rice cake. So this is a very sticky and tasty food, like this. And also breadfruit is seasonal crop, so they preserved breadfruit under the ground sometimes. And also giant swamp taro is very important in a small island. This is the giant swamp taro. And also other tuber and root crops like colocasia, xanthosoma, and alocasia. This is banana. But main crop imported is imported rice and also flour. They like make bread or pancakes. And marine resources, this is Atoll Island, so they can get a lot of fish and coconut crabs, sea turtles, crabs, lobsters. And the sea turtle is very important in traditionally very important in this area. In Marco also, I think you eat sea turtle. So cooked in the earth oven using hot rocks, and it's a kind of festival they eat. And also they use all of the like a part of the sea turtle. So this is the soup of internal organs of sea turtle. And like meat is pig and chicken, and sometimes they just catch a wild bird. And also this is a dog meat. I think I know in Ambon also you eat the dog. And others is like instant noodles, imported canned fish or meat. So in the study period, actually a huge typhoon hit the island. So at the end of March 2015. So in this study, I would like to reveal effects of the big typhoon on dietary patterns of people on Pispanel Island by comparing the food consumption before and after the typhoon. So this is like a normal, like before the typhoon, breadfruit tree is very good. But after the typhoon, the huge typhoon, the breadfruit trees just broke down and laid down like this, and also almost all the trees, no leaves. And several houses were destroyed by high tide. I mean the big wave. So the method, one household was selected to survey dietary patterns, and questionnaires were distributed to explore the foods consumed at every meal, like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So now I say the frequency. It means if you eat rice in the morning and you don't eat rice at lunchtime and dinner time, the percentage is 33.3%. So the data of the food consumption were collected from 2013 to 2017. So this red circle is when the huge typhoon hit the island. After that, so before the typhoon, consumption is a little bit, the rice consumption is fluctuated, but after the typhoon, almost 100%. So every meal they eat the rice. I explain the reason later. And 2016, almost 100%. And 2017, the frequency is a little bit fluctuated. So the frequencies of imported rice consumption ranged from 60 to 100% per month before the typhoon. After the typhoon, rice was equally distributed to all the villages by foreign aids from 2015 May to 2016 February. Therefore, the household consumed rice almost every day at every meal during that time. So then how about the breadfruit? So breadfruit has a seasonal harvest. So before the typhoon, especially this area, summertime, and also a little bit winter time, they can collect the breadfruit. So after the typhoon, they cannot collect the breadfruit. And 1 year later, 2016, a little bit increased, but not annual, like a normal level. And 2017, also it's getting better, but still not the level of the normal level. So the frequencies of breadfruit consumption ranged from 60 to 77 per month before the typhoon, but those become significantly low after the typhoon. The frequency of breadfruit consumption in 2015 and 16 seemed to be slightly higher in September and December, like that. But the frequency level was still much lower than the normal level, even in the 2017. So these results reveal that the typhoon had a large negative impact on the production of breadfruit on this island, and the frequency of breadfruit consumption did not return to normal level even 3 years after the typhoon. So this is banana. So after the typhoon, banana was also damaged, so they cannot eat banana. But not like a breadfruit. 2016, the consumption frequency of consumption is getting better, and 2017 actually increased. So the frequency banana consumption in 2015 became significantly lower after the typhoon, although less damage occurred to banana plants compared to breadfruit. The household did not have to eat banana because they had sufficient rice supplied by foreign aid. So in 2016, the frequency of eating banana returned to normal, partly because of the faster recovery of banana production compared to breadfruit. The frequency of banana consumption increased in 2017. So this is giant swamp taro. Actually, giant swamp taro was not damaged by the typhoon. So after the typhoon, the frequency of consumption of swamp taro is increased. So after the rationing program was terminated, the people of the Pispanel Island tend to eat more bananas and giant swamp taro because of an insufficient supply of breadfruit. So this study revealed that a huge typhoon had a large negative impact on crop production, particularly breadfruit on a small island in Micronesia. And the frequency of breadfruit consumption did not return to normal for almost 3 years after the typhoon. So if foreign aid had not implemented the rationing program, the people of Pispanio Island would have run short of food due to the insufficiency of breadfruit and banana. So-called farming foods such as alocasia, it is arrowroot, and taka are available on this island, but some younger people do not know how to prepare those foods. So this is alocasia, actually widely grown. And if you cook directly and then eat, very itchy. So she knows how to cook the alocasia. First, peel the skin of the tuber and then grind it and squeeze. And they use this fiber. They put in the banana like a leaf and just cook. And then if we eat this one, but not itchy. And also in this island, there is a taka, but now nobody used this one. But actually, in Indonesia, when I go to Karimun Jawa Island, Central Java, people use taka. So like this is a tuber of taka. And then from the tuber, they make a starch powder, dried starch powder, and they can use it's like a wheat flour. So I think it is clearly necessary to manage these food plants, I mean the farming food plants, to pass the traditional knowledge of farming foods to the next generation. Because sometimes like food shortage caused by typhoons or other natural disasters. So I think in Maluku, there are many small islands like this island. And I think on each island, they have, I think they have farming foods like farming plants. So, but maybe some traditional knowledge, they don't pass to the younger generation. So firstly, I really want to know, and I want to go to Ambon to survey about like farming foods in each island and about the traditional knowledge of the farming foods in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Yamamoto, for very nice presentations. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are entering the question and answer period. Many questions, we have many questions already from the participants. Jeff and Mark, because Sota has to leave soon, so I'm gonna read his question first, so then he can leave after that, and we can continue the discussion with Jeff and Mark. I hope it's fine with you, Jeff.
Fine.
Okay.
It is fine with me as well. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mark and Jeff. Sota, there are two questions for you. Should I read both of them or one by one? And you want to answer them?
You can try both of them and I'll see if I can give you one answer.
Okay, so it's for Sota first. What is the best approach for local community to reduce endangered species consumption, such as sea turtles that you saw that they eat? And the second one, will this pandemic change the diet pattern forever? Sota, please, there are two questions for you.
Sorry, once again for the first question. I couldn't hear you.
First question? Oh, sorry. Now can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What is the best approach for local community to reduce endangered species consumption, such as sea turtles?
I cannot get the question, sorry. Anyway, the second question.
Second question.
Yeah. I cannot go to Micronesia now. So I don't know after the COVID-19, but I think there are a lot of imported food from outside to this area, but like maybe the trade rates decrease, so they cannot eat a lot of rice now. So they have to eat the traditional foods such as breadfruit, the tuber crops. And the first question?
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is the best approach for local community to reduce endangered species consumption? Such as, I mean, like we see your slideshow that they eat sea turtle. So what is the best approach for local communities so they can reduce eating or consume the endangered species?
Dangerous species. They are not dangerous species, but
no, endangered. It means it's gonna be extinct if they consume them. Endanger. The species that, yes.
You mean the sea turtles or what?
Yeah, I mean if they continue consume the species, it will be extinct at one point, right? Endanger. It's not danger, but endanger.
Endanger. Yeah, but actually younger generation now get used to eat imported rice. So anyway, the traditional knowledge about the traditional food is much important. So sometimes like training programs, but I'm not sure in Micronesia, they are not so familiar with the training programs.
Okay, thank you. So I mean, we need to educate them, right? Like by extension or whatever program. Okay, so thank you very much, Sota. So now we continue with some question for Professor Jeff Sawyer. We have many questions here, Jeff. Okay, the first one. What approach is best is ensuring environmental sustainability from the role of the local government? And I think that's one question that related. How can local communities best empowered to contribute to a sustainable future in Indonesia? What is in place currently and where is progress? What progress is needed?
Yeah, I difficult to give a single answer to those sorts of questions because everything depends so much on the local context. But I guess always hope that local government would be listening to local people and engaged with them and having a dialogue so they would explore options for sustainable futures. And I think also that many of these problems, including the problems of consuming endangered species, are easier to handle when people become more prosperous, when they have cash incomes, when they have activities that bring them revenue so they can buy foods. And there are some endangered species that they will always want to consume. The Hua'ulu will always want to take parrots to make their different headdresses and things for ceremonies, and people will always want to eat turtles' eggs. So I think when people pretend they have simple solutions to these problems, they often are not really good solutions. And it's easy to say that you should educate people, but you know, that also doesn't really work because people are smart. They know what makes sense in their own situation. So I guess improving people's livelihoods, getting them engaged in more productive agriculture, giving them title to their land so they can invest in improved agricultural systems, those sorts of things are all sort of necessary but not sufficient things that you have to do to achieve sustainability.
Okay. There are one question I think still related to that. In your opinion, how can the government manage the tradition of the local people in maintaining the forest with the push to more modern development?
Yeah, I mean, that also is a pretty good question because if the spatial planning arrangements worked well, then those sorts of issues would be addressed. So I think probably a degree of conversion of forests to more intensive uses is going to make sense because it's going to create jobs for people and incomes again. And if that happens, then maybe getting them to conserve forests in other areas is going to be easier. So our own proposed research on these small and medium enterprises based on forests, I think is important, looking for things that will enable people to make money out of forests. But then if other bigger operators are going to come in and start planting other crops, then making sure that's regulated properly by the government, it's spatially planned, and that the conditions for labor are good. So actually on Monday, we have a conference call with Olam about their cacao, chocolate plantations on the island of Seram, where we're going to talk to them about some of the things they might do to make those plantations more sustainable and make them yield more benefits for the people who live in the areas where those plantations are being established. And there are other problems in West Seram where there are large sugar cane plantations being put in. I was thinking of that when we heard about Hawaii. Now, those things can be good for the local economy. They can create jobs, but they can also compete with people for land. The potential for expansion of oil palm along the north coast of Seram is quite high. And again, that can be done in a way that's good for local people and that takes the pressure off forests maybe, but it can also be done in ways that are not good. So it's a question of local government playing its role and making sure the interests of the people are addressed by all those sorts of investments, I think.
Okay, thank you. There are one question I think still related to that you mentioned, like, what is the best strategy to minimize the conflict between the local people and the cooperation?
The local
corporate, I mean, with the local people with the corporate, or I mean, a big company or whatever that start develop there.
Well, it's the obvious things that local government should play a role in making sure that the corporations obey Indonesian laws and respect labor rights and respect land rights of people in the areas where they're expanding their activities. And I think local governments sometimes do that quite well, and genuinely representing the interests of the people in their areas. They would probably invest a lot in making sure that those things happen in a way that's good for the environment and good for the people, but sometimes they don't do that, of course.
Okay. There's one more question. I saw one of your slides. Is it at North Kalimantan where the forest still is 85%? But if we see the government plan, even in other places, most of them is put priority on plantations such as oil palm plantation or coal mining or unsustainable fishing farming, which are not environmentally sustainable at all. What should we do, or how could we approach this kind of policy to go toward green economy or sustainable environment?
Yeah, that's a really difficult question because, of course, the local government, the Bupatis, they want to have more people, they want to have more companies paying taxes, and they want to bring in more people. So there are lots of incentives for these decentralized governments to look favorably upon corporate investors. And, you know, there's a space for that. There is a need for investment in value-added industries, and there are economies of scale for some of these industries. So, you know, if you're going to have oil palm, you need to have an oil palm mill. You can't just mill it locally. So all those sorts of issues have to be taken into account. So again, a lot of it gets back to the competence and reliability of local government in addressing those issues. And Indonesia's got pretty good laws and regulations, but as you know, they are not always applied quite as we might wish them to be. But I think the situation's getting better, and I've actually been pretty impressed by some of the local governments in Seram. I think they've been doing quite a good job in some places. Sometimes, of course, they get overruled by people from Jakarta who bypass the local government, and that's often not helpful. But there's room in Seram for the expansion of corporate or industrial estate crops done carefully and thoughtfully, there's room for something, and it could contribute to the economy, and it could allow other economic activities for local people to prosper, because people do want more income. They want the sorts of things that the Sustainable Development Goals indicators say they want, and I think the indicators are quite good for that.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. One last question. I think you have already mentioned in your last and you're answering this question, but still I'm gonna read them. What are the strategies to maintain agroforestry system in Maluku, a sustainable way of food production without shifting to large-scale agriculture, while at the same time exclusively address the economic benefits of farmers who are mostly doing the activities in subsistence ways?
Well, I think it's an interesting question. I think it's a really high priority for you people to find answers to those questions. I think it would be very nice to make sure that those agroforestry systems can continue to provide benefits. I think one possible way to make it a little bit better for the local producers would be to allow them to trade directly with the end users who are outside Indonesia. At the moment, there's a lot of control by trading houses in Surabaya and by government over the commerce in some of those products, which tends to mean that some of the profits get captured in the cities and other parts of Indonesia. So I think dealing with different trading groups directly and maybe having products that have some sort of a label that says they're sustainably produced in Maluku would be quite attractive, but would take quite a lot of work by somebody to set those things up. But the agroforests in Maluku are an amazing resource. They're amazingly interesting, and they've sustained themselves for a very long time. And I think finding ways to make sure that they can continue to exist like that and not get replaced by pure stands of some of these things, by estate crop versions of some of these things, would be a major achievement. So I would encourage, again, researchers from Patimura to invest their energies in trying to do that.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Professor Jeff Sawyer. Now
So let
we
me
move
say thank you very much,
what is it?
Audrey. Can I just thank you, because I am going to have to leave because it's getting a bit late here, but it's been very nice to
Okay.
meet you all. I can still see some friends on the screen. I really do wish that I was there with you. I can see Pak Agus, my friend, there. So I'm a bit sad that I'm not going to get to see you this Christmas. I wish you all a very happy Christmas, and I hope to come and see you again as soon as I possibly can. So thank you for inviting me to your webinar. It's been very nice.
Thank you very much, Pak Jeff. We really appreciate your time to give this presentation and talk to us. We are looking forward to see you in Ambon maybe sometimes in the future. So stay safe and healthy, Pak Jeff. Okay, now we're going to move to okay, now we're going to move to some questions for Dr. Miku. Mark, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Hello.
Yeah. The first one, what can communities do to contribute to sustainable environmental development?
What can communities do? Well, in Maluku, perhaps, I think focusing on a lot of those agroforestry systems that Professor Sawyer was talking about is absolutely right. Focusing on the Dusun systems and, kind of building those. I think he's really addressed a lot of those issues, but in Hawaii, it's a very different thing because most people have city jobs, and there really isn't a whole lot of contact with agriculture. So, but it's building. The farmers markets are building now, and people are starting to buy local, and it's been a whole movement. So it's improving and getting better over time, I'd say.
Okay. The second one, how do we balance the environmental friendly methods with fast food production?
I'm sorry, the environmental, what, costs and fast food?
Environmentally friendly methods with fast food production?
Okay. Yeah, because in more conventional agriculture, of course, there's a lot of pesticide issues. I'm not a highly technical organic person, but I will tell you that all of our grocery stores have a significant amount of organic produce now. There's a lot of particular companies and produce brands, I guess, that are coming out that are all organic. So I would say in my produce section, a good third, at least a third of everything in the produce stand in my local Safeway grocery store is organic. And I hadn't really thought it through, but that's pretty tremendous. So it is happening. I don't exactly know the methods of how it's happening, but at least in the US, it's starting to happen.
Okay, another question. The sugarcane stopped years ago. Is it because it's not sustainable economically or ecologically? Do you think fruit orchards are sustainable in the bigger island?
Good question. It was definitely economics. Sugar predominantly moved to like Central America, South America, areas like that where land was dirt cheap. And so it was just a changing world, globalization, and land in Hawaii in terms of real estate is in a global market. So when you have real estate on a global market, the prices get jacked way high. I do think there is opportunity for fruit orchards on the Big Island and other islands. I think a lot of it, the best economic option is lease land. So that new lease land in Maui is a great opportunity. There are lease lands on all the islands. But it's still a challenge because you generally are not permitted to live on those sites. You cannot build a house on them anymore. So you lease land, but then you have to live elsewhere. And when you do that, it's theft and loss of crops is a huge potential. So a lot of it is still going to be gentleman farms, people who have money who come in and buy it and live on it, and for the tax credits, have small scale agriculture.
Okay, one last question for you. How can we ensure the food production methods such as your pig farms that require longer time and effort from customers can sustain demand over the faster supply of imported products? What is the role of local communities, food production chains, and the government?
Our government's getting better. And so we have local farmers markets and they're all coordinated. I don't know how many on the island of Oahu. There could be 15, there could be more, less, I'm not sure. But they're all somewhat regulated and coordinated by an overarching group. So it's local growers. Some of it is imported produce for certain. But if you talk to the various growers in some of the better farmers markets, they have their own value-added products, their own labels that it's grown at their farm, and all those kinds of things. There's been governmental advertising. So on television commercials, you'll see encouragement to buy Hamakua tomatoes or to buy local, buy fresh, buy local. You know, they do all those kinds of propaganda. There's also a Hawaii Farmers Union that you can buy and belong to, and then you get discounts on shipping. To ship your fruit, for example, it's very perishable. So you get discounts on shipping it by plane when you're on the outer islands to ship it to Honolulu. So those benefits to joining the organizations and getting discounts on shipping is an economic important thing to help with getting your product to the right market.
Okay, Mark. I'm just want to make a little comments. We also in Ambon, like last year, we started also the farmers market here in Ambon to get the organic farmers and hydroponic farmers, so people can get access to fresh and healthy vegetables. So we're just starting, but we will continue. Okay, so yeah.
Congratulations.
So we're gonna end. Thank you. So we're gonna end this session with just one very general conclusion that I mean, like sustainable development, sustainable utilization of natural resources is a responsibility of all of us, government, academic, and many people. That let's work together to fulfill our dream to have a sustainable development in Indonesia. I'm going to close this session with thank you very much for Professor Jeff Sawyer, Dr. Mark Nikum, and Professor Dr. Sota Yamamoto. We really appreciate your contribution in this conference. Thank you very much. We give a big applause to all three speakers. Thank you. I return to moderator Gracia. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for leading such a fantastic session, Ms. Letemia. We will now enter our second plenary session, led by our moderator, Dr. Insinyur John Tetelepta, MPhil.
Thank you very much, Gracia. Now we move to our second plenary session. In this session, we have three invited speakers. Dr. Insinyur Neviati P. Zamani MSc from Agricultural University Bogor. Second one, Professor Dr. K. Dimok from Southern Cross University, Australia. And the third one, Associate Professor Dr. Yves Laumonier from Sirat C4 French, but now in Indonesia, in Jakarta. Before we start this seminar, I would like to give some information. First of all, each presenter will have 20 minutes like before, time for presentation, and then at the end of three presentation, they will have 3 minutes, 10 minutes for discussion, totally for 30 minutes. And all the questions will be distributed during the presentation, and who want to ask the question can write down the question. If you cannot write down in English, you can write down in Indonesia, and at the discussion, we will read it out for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we apologize for the unstable connection of the moderator. So we will wait for several minutes until the connection is stable.
Sorry for some technical problems. I will read short background information from Dr. Neviati. Again, first degree from Bogor Agriculture University, master degree from University of Newcastle upon Tyne, United Kingdom, doctor degree from University of Newcastle upon Tyne, United Kingdom. Current position is the senior lecturer at the Marine Science, Fishery and Marine Science Faculty of IPB University, Center for Transdisciplinary and Sustainability of IPB University Bogor, Indonesia. Some research experience, mineral accretion development techniques for environmental reef rehabilitation in Jakarta Bay, the impact of temperature to physiology of green mussel Perna viridis in 2011-2012, and assessment of climate change based on coral reef skeletal reconstruction and supported the tropical ecosystem. Some publication mentioned here, bioaccumulation and retention of kinetic of cesium in the milkfish channels from Jakarta Bay, 2016. Logic structure determination as a computer assistant structure elucidation for molecular structure determination of cytotoxic cambronoid from soft coral, 2016. Coral mortality and bioerosion index for assessing environmental stress effect of study case of the Indonesian tropical reef in Banda Neira. Some seminar and symposium. Second international conference on the source and effect of risk on ionizing radiation, and international coral reef symposium, and many other symposium she's joined. I would like Dr. Nevi to present her presentation. Time is yours, Dr. Nevi.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. John Tetelepta, and it's really nice to see you. It has been a long time. Dr. John Tetelepta is my hello, Pak. Yes, it's a 20 years ago. Yeah, it's a long time. Yeah, 28 years ago, we studied together in Newcastle upon Tyne. It's really nice to see a friend in Unpati. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the opportunity for me to talk about the sustainability of fisheries. So my topic, or the theme of my topic, I would like to talk about sustainable fisheries and fishery sustainability. When I got the topic from Ibu Audrey about fishery sustainability, and then I'm just thinking in context of sustainability, what kind of thing that I would like to raise in this topic. And interestingly, a few days later, I discussed, my friend come and they asked me about what is the difference between sustainable fisheries and fishery sustainability, which one is correct. And then I come with this idea for my talk today. Okay, I'm Ibu Nevi from Department of Marine Science and Faculty of Fisheries. I also as a division head of the division for outreach in Center for Transdisciplinary and Sustainability Science, IPB University. Okay, next slide, please. Hello. I think, can you help? Okay, thank you very much. Before I talk about the fishery sustainability or sustainable fisheries, I would like to a little bit just review about what is sustainability. There are so many definitions for sustainability. I think Brett in 1978 have a definition that most of people agree with, even in some still another criticism. But the important thing when we talk the sustainability, it's like a maintain a balance between human needs today, but we have to make sure that we also preserve a natural resource and ecosystem for the young generation in the future. So this is something that people agree at the moment with sustainability. So it doesn't mean that sustainability and that it does not allow for us to exploit it something that we have to keep for the generation today. It is not something like that, but we can use to fulfill our needs today, but without forget to preserve for young generation in the future. So this is what the sustainability means so far that people. Okay, next please. And then why do we need a sustainability approach? So this is a lot of question. Is it really important? Because we are living today, most of the people thinking we are living now, then we can use the resource for to support our life today. We don't know what will happen tomorrow or the next 100 years or the next 200 years, but we are just thinking for how do we survive today. So if we are thinking like this, and then we will shorten the resource, and probably the world will be very soon that we will lose our world. So for Indonesia, Indonesia is the longest coast, is the second, I think probably the second longest coastline. And then we have a huge of marine area because Indonesia is archipelagic country with almost 17,000 small islands. But in terms of fisheries industry, we are not the biggest one. Yeah. And then 90% of our marine resource, in some journal, I found that they say that it is over exploitation. But still, I'm still, later I will show you about the production of fisheries in the world. Do we really offer exploitation? But in some scientists argue that actually we are under exploitation. So this is a really interesting argumentation among the scientists. Some scientists agree that we are over exploitation, but the others say we are under exploitation. And then next, please. Sorry. Okay, thank you. So that will bring us which one is a correct statement. Yeah, because if we are under exploitation and then we waste of resources that we didn't use it for human needs. But if we are over exploitation, then we have to be very careful because it will give a danger situation for the generation in the future. They may be they don't have more fish for generation in the future. So why sustainable is important for goal for human. So this is really sustainability keeps something in balance. So the nature, we have to keep the nature in balance. Actually, the nature is like our body. Our body, if it is not balanced, then we will sick, and then we are not in happy life and everything, and we will soon die. So the balance of the human is like a healthy mind, healthy lifestyle, healthy food, something like that. So this is similar with the word. Yeah. So sustainability is something that we are talking. Everything is should be kept in balance. So one side is a loss. It means we will destroy the world because the balancing of the world, they are really intact each other. They really have a high connection. So sometimes this is that we don't understand because mostly when we study species or endangered species, and we are looking a single species but not looking the whole system. So like for example, when we lost tuna fisheries, it is not only danger for the fishery sector, but it will give impact to other things. Or when we destroy the coastal, it is not danger only for coral reef or mangrove, it will impact to our fishery sector. Yeah. So is it difficult to achieve the sustainability goal? Uh, this is not an easy question to be answered. If we say difficult, this is really relatively, yeah, it is really relative answer for this. We can make it is difficult, but we can also make it not easy, but a little bit simple to achieve the goal. So let's, I will try to bring you to one thought about how to keep our fishery resource sustainable. Next, please. Okay, now I would like to bring us to talk about fisheries. Uh, I graduated from aquatic living resource management, and I get the fisheries management, dynamic population, and then maximum sustainable yield concept and something like that. So at the time, I still remember that they teach me that we have to know about a fish stock, and then the fisherman fleet. Fisherman fleet is the armada perikanan in Indonesia. So when we are talking about the fisheries, we only mostly we are talking about the dynamic population of the fish in a single species. For example, tuna fisheries. And then we are talking about the efforts of the fishermen. And we can calculate it, the mortality of tuna fisheries from how they, in the landing stock, that we calculated the catch of the fishermen as mortality. But actually there are a lot of things influence the mortality of fish stock. There's a natural mortality, and then there is a natural larva mortality, because larva is supply for the stock. So in the fisheries management, we forget to calculate it, all these side supporting for the stock. Okay, next we can see the next slide, please. Okay, this is the one that I learned when I graduated, and also in when I did my study for master degree. We have Professor Nepolunin, one of our, I think it's quite a lot of study that he did, and also in 2013 he tried to study the maximum sustainable yield of Indonesian fisheries. Then he had a lot of trouble to get the data. The problem in Indonesia, how to get the data. Now, when we use the maximum sustainable yield, how to calculate it, the MSY, is really depend on the availability of data. And then most of the data is based on the fisherman catch the fish and put in a landing area. So in Indonesia, it is not easy to get the real data. And also the problem in our fisheries, mostly we are not a single unit fisheries in Indonesia. Probably the other fisheries is bigger than tuna fishery. So this is something complicated when we implemented MSY as a model for a sustainable fisheries concept. Okay, next please. So today I read some paper. There are some argumentation from the scientists for MSY concept. Why? This is some criticism from the scientists. First, the MSY concept is based on a fish population model. Consider it as a single unit. So when they are talking about tuna fisheries, and then they will calculate it only tuna stock, but not other supporting fisheries stock which is related with the tuna stock, and then not stable condition. So if we see the marine resources is different with some the land resource. Marine resources is really a dynamic resource. The fish is really have a high mobility, the migration and everything. And then the seasonal and the climate is really influence the availability of the stock. So this is so many complex factor influence the availability of the stock. So we cannot only calculate the stock based on the catch of the fishermen fleet. And then based only on the steady state concept, namely equilibrium condition. In the MSY concept, we use so many assumptions, and then sometimes the assumption is not realistic. For example, okay, the second does not take economic value into account. So when we talk about MSY, they are not put economic value into account. That's why they develop a new concept they call maximum economic yield. And then ignoring the interdependence aspect of resource. Actually, the single species, they are not stand alone in the nature, they are dependent each other. And they are a part of the food chain or food web in the natural resources. Difficult to apply to condition of fisheries that have various type or multi-species. So Indonesia is a mega uniform biodiversity for marine in the world. Our fisheries is not a single species. We have a multi-species in our fisheries sector, not like in Europe, there are only a few species to be exploited. But in Indonesia, there are a lot of variety. So when we are talking about MSY, it is not easy to implement it in our country, which is high with biodiversity. Next, please. Okay, and then, for example, I just give one example. If we have tuna fisheries, how can we say this is a sustainable tuna fisheries? First, if we say tuna fisheries is sustainable, they should make sure that the stock in the population is we can continuing to harvest. So the target species ability to maintain its population. So it is really not easy. And the second, this is very important. So it is not only the ability to maintain tuna population, but we also make sure that the activity, it must be caught without adversely impacting on other species within the ecosystem. So when we collect the fish, we have to make sure that our technology for exploitation is not destroy other species. Yeah. So including human is a part of the system. So by removing their food source, accidentally kill them. For example, if they have nursery and feeding ground in the coast area, and then we destroy the coastal, which is far away from the fishing site, then we will cannot maintain the population and the fishing site. Next, please. Okay, so I would like to give some view about the global status of fisheries. The red one is medium pelagic fish, and the blue one is a small pelagic fish, and then the others is demersal and other fish. So we can see here for the first before 1970, the catch number is they have the steep is a sharp slope. It means it's increasing sharply, and after 1970s they are decreasing the slope, and after that 1990s they are more stagnant. And also it's happened with the medium pelagies and then small pelagies. So what does it mean? Now we are in the position that the catch of the fish is in steady state, and then we don't know what is next. Normally, in the theory, they will decreasing. So why it's happened? It is because of the effort, they reduce the effort. I'm sure that they will not reduce the effort because human population is increasing, they need job. And then the consumption, we see the consumption of fish in the world from time to time is increasing dramatically. So they need more fish. But why the catch of fish is stagnant? And then we can see other example in different countries. Next, please. Okay, now we see in Newfoundland. In Newfoundland, they in the beginning they catch medium pelagic fish until up to the maximum resource that available, and then they're decreasing up until very low amount and up again, but at the end they are decreasing again. We don't know what is going on when they are decreasing. It is because of the loss of the population, or because of there are no more fishermen interest. But I'm sure as long as resource give a guarantee that people can catch the fish, I'm sure people will do it. But now we see they lost the population. And then also it's similar in the North Sea. North Sea is the sea which is surrounded by developed country. They have a better technology, they have a better science, they have better everything. But look at this, their fishery sector. They also collapse sometimes and not try to reach to recovery. And also in California. But we can see how about in China, Indonesia, and India. Why they are not as colorful as in the left side. We can see our medium pelagic is very low. And then the question, are we underexploited? Or there is not enough data that people can describe? Because in the North Sea, they have better data that they can grow it, the real thing that happened. But in Indonesia, also we see, oh, look at this. We have very low exploitation for our medium pelagic and small pelagic. Is it correct if we see this graph? And then look at others, fishery sector is high. This is probably not because of underexploitation, because we are a mega diversity. The population number in our fishery sector, it is not as big as in the temperate area, because we have a lot of variety of fish. So the room of our marine, it is not only occupied, there's no domination of a species. So if we go to the fish market, and then we can see so many variety of fish in our market. So it doesn't mean that our medium pelagic and small pelagic is under exploitation, but probably this is because of we are a mega diversity. So that's why I told you MSY, it is really not appropriate when we implement it in the tropical country with the mega diversity. We can misleading or misinterpretation. If we have misleading or misinterpretation, and then we can do a mismanagement and we could destroy our resources. Next, please. And see here, I show you that fisheries production. When we call fisheries production, it is not a single species. The whole species of fish that we found it in the market fish. And then from time to time is increasing, but we don't know which species. It is not easy to get data for each species in Indonesia for the production. 2013, one of our Indonesians studied in Newcastle. They would like to see MSY for each species in Indonesia, and then they are they couldn't find the data and they give up. At the time, Professor Nick came to Indonesia also to help to find data. So they cannot get the figure how the MSY for each species in Indonesia. But we can get the total because we have in our statistic data, it's nice to put the total fisheries. And also the aquaculture is increasing. So this is another fishery sector. Probably will give promising in the future to support our fishery sector. Next, please. However, we can see if based on the catch per unit of effort, because this is the data that we can easily get from our government, CPUE, there is a trend that from year to year, there is a trend of decreasing based on the CPUE. Next, please. Okay, now we see This is the purple is our fisheries production. Because when I talk fisheries production, Indonesia, it is not a single species, but a total fisheries sector. But look at this, the consumption of fish. Indonesia is the biggest fish consumption, probably in the world. It means the market is in Indonesia. So where do the fish come from? Yeah, our production is really low, but the consumption is really high. So it means probably we import some of the fish from outside Indonesia to fulfill the consumption need in Indonesia. So by looking this is really a big opportunity to develop a fishery sector in Indonesia. Next, please. But again, what kind of fisheries sector that we would like to develop? We would like to develop a sustainable fisheries activity. So when we develop sustainable fisheries activity, we cannot only talk about fish stock and fisherman fleet, but we also consider with the conservation activity. So with these three pillars, we study the stock, and then we study how the fisherman fleet, we study the culture, the fishing gear and everything. And also we study the conservation need. The conservation development, it's really based on the stock study. And then the conservation is also really depend on the fisherman characteristic. But when we have a good conservation management, it will also support the sustainability use for fishermen and the sustainability of the stock. But this is look like it is as simple as this is. Now, actually, when we come detail, when we talk about the fish stock study, how it look like, and when we talk about the fishermen fleets use it, and then we want to study how it look like. So this is become more complex problem or complex system. It is not only between stock and then catch and effort. It is not only that for the sustainable fisheries. So we can see what kind of component for fishery sustainability that we need to develop. Next, please. Okay, so when we try to study the stock of the fish, it is not enough only from the fish that fishermen catch and land it in the fish market. The data is not only that. We have to know it is not only the population dynamic. We have to know the larva, because larva is a support the availability of stock. If we want to know the larva, we have to learn about the spawning area, nursery area, feeding area, which is sometimes far away from the fishing site of the stock. And then we also have to know about the migration of the fish. And we also have to know the food chain of the fish, because if we lost the food chain and then the target species, they have not enough food. So if we try to draw it again, this is become like a big web, not only chain, but like a web study to study the stock. So for me, this is like a big a bubble, one system. When you want to talk about stock, so you have to know about all these things. So for this, we have also to study about our coastal area, where the spawning ground, nursery ground. So when people say, okay, we are talking about mangrove seagrass, is this not related with tuna? Or we are studying about the coastal, is this not related with tuna? No, it is not true. The word, the system is integrated, it's connected to each other. And then when we see the fisherman fleet, it is not only the fishing gear, but also social culture. And we say, okay, we give a boat with a big boat so they can catch more. But they're cultural, if they don't know how to operate the boat. And then probably we can create not the target fisherman, but the other new fishermen who get the benefit. And also, and not only that, when we want to develop the conservation need, we have also to know the season where they are spawning, the season. So there are a lot of a complex system when we want to have a sustainable fishery. So when we are talking fishery sustainability, it is become a complex system. The question, how to study this complex system, then we can come up the model for sustainable fishery. Are there any method? Nowadays, I think Professor Sayers, just I heard talking about in the land, they need transdisciplinary approach to solve the problem. So it's similar thing that in the ocean, we also need transdisciplinary approach. Previously, we have integrated coastal management, but it is in the coastal. Okay, how about in the ocean? And we can extend like integrated coastal and ocean management. So what is the difference between transdisciplinary approach and integrated approach? Yeah, later I will mention about this. With ICM, that as far as I know, this is multidisciplinary approach. So we can try to solve one issue by looking at with a different angle of knowledge, and then we discuss, and then try everybody give a bit of their knowledge in there. But with transdisciplinary approach, this is something new. And then we can see next slide. Okay. Okay, this is just a little bit knowledge for us. What is transdisciplinary research? So if our problem is simple, we can solve with disciplinary. And then when they are a little bit more complicated, and then we can have multidisciplinary, like ICM, one issue, and then together with a different approach of multidiscipline, then we can discuss and try to solve. In fact, we cannot solve this because between one discipline and the other, there is still a boundary. Then this boundary sometimes make us difficult to come with one solution together. So therefore, with the complex problem, we need to have a complex approach that we call transdisciplinary research approach. Next. Next, please. Okay, so I will try to put the picture. When we study the stock, there is one bubble. When study fisherman fleet, there is another bubble. And when we study the conservation for this sustainability fisheries, another bubble. So with transdisciplinary approach, these three bubbles have to blend each other, then they become a big bubble. So this is the theory. But how to implement it? The transdisciplinary approach is just growing, I think, the last 10 years up until now. The really method is, I'm trying to find the methodology for transdisciplinary approach. It's still a lot of study about this. This is just like in the beginning, Pak John probably knows, in 1990s, we studied in Newcastle in tropical coastal management. They introduced us to ICM. At the time, we don't know how the ICM looks like. Everybody tried to study and develop, and up until now, we have a complete feature about ICM. So transdisciplinary is like ICM in the 1990s. This is a big challenge for us. This is something that we can start now together and find the best method for our sustainability approach for to our sustainability fisheries using transdisciplinary approach. I'm
Dr.
very sorry
Netiati,
because
Dr.
my talk,
Netiati,
I give you a homework. I think this is the last next
you still have
slide.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yeah. So I'm
Okay.
sorry because I give homework for my last talk for us to think about. Thank you, Pak John.
Thank you, Ibu AV, for your excellent presentation. And now we move to the second invited speaker, Professor Dr. K. Dimok from Southern Cross University. Before we give time to Professor K to present her presentation, I would like to read a short curriculum vitae from Professor K. Dimok. Current position is a teaching and research scholar, Southern Cross University, Australia, research project coordinator of Southern Cross University, Australia, 1997 up to 2000. Got his PhD from Southern Cross University, 2009, Master of Education, University of Southern Queensland, 2000, Bachelor of Business in Tourism, Class 2A Honors, Southern Cross University, research experience, scuba diving, leisure experience in marine environments, tourism and education, qualitative research, publication, 2 books, 9 book chapter, journals and articles with high index factors, 15 years experience and activity researching on and publishing of various aspects associated with recreational scuba diving. Since 2000, secured research, external and internal research funding as part of numerous collaborative research projects. Relevant publication, 2005 to 2015, Scuba Diving Tourism System, a framework for collaborative management and sustainability, marine pollution. Scuba Diving Tourism Routledge, UK, and many other publications you can find related to Professor K. Dimok. Time is yours, Professor, to present your presentation. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih, Pak. Selamat sore.
Selamat sore.
And thank you very much for this opportunity to meet with you today and to share some ideas from a very warm Lismore in Australia. When I received the invitation, I initially thought I can talk a lot about marine ecotourism, and then I remembered that in my visits to Ambon over the recent years, I've had the good fortune of meeting with, doing some workshops with students from Patimura. So I hope that some of the... Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So I hope that some of the ideas that I'd like to propose today are useful for you. And they certainly draw from my experience, but also hopefully complement the great ideas and research presented here today. So as you can see and have heard, that my background is in tourism, and a lot of my background is in marine tourism. And the idea of sustainability and ecotourism has certainly been very much a part of that. I have also become aware that more recently the language around sustainability, as previous presenters have indicated, has become so complicated in that it's difficult for us to find a solution. And nowadays in Australia and in various places, the words responsible tourism seem to present. So we have, I'm just trying to, are you able to move to the next slide, please? Thank you. So the structure of the thoughts I'd like to share with you today are really about some of the features of ecotourism, the shift from sustainable, looking at the idea of where responsibility fits in the whole sustainability paradigm, and then on to the idea of community-based approaches. Looking again at ecotourism in small islands and drawing on some examples as well as thoughts from the literature, and then sharing with you some thoughts from the local context and trying to draw out some key themes from that. So as we know, the name suggests we're looking ecotourism. It's about tourism which draws on the natural resources, and the natural resources are at the heart of the whole ecotourism experience. Ecotourism is also really a means to conservation. So really what ecotourism, the term was initially defined, is about, yes, using tourism to appreciate and learn about the environmental landscape, but also to be able to preserve and learn to preserve and conserve the natural resources. I think ecotourism has become well-used term, and often there are aspects or features of ecotourism which are sometimes missed and sometimes overlooked. So ecotourism is really about tourism involving a responsible experience and that conserves the environment, but also improves the well-being of the local people. And how might that happen? Through minimal impact on the natural resources which are being utilised, such as small group sizes, looking at carrying capacity, and also bringing some benefits through the resources and the participation to both the hosts and those people who are visiting. One of the key aspects that is often put forward is that there needs to be a takeaway message or an educational component. So where is the learning that the visitors, the host might have in this whole exchange? And that could be an experience where a person observes the natural environment. It could be such as bird watching. It could be witnessing underwater observation, scuba diving, snorkeling, or engaging with the natural resources in another way, such as collecting food, harvesting food, and then preparing the food, and in a traditional way, learning about how that happens through the local cultures and customs. Some say that, and there have been some efforts about certification schemes and accreditation, which really sets a standard for the type of ecotourism and says that this is really what ecotourism is. That can often be expensive for the host community or for the hosts, but things like organisations such as Ecotourism Australia offer these benchmarks, which are standards which are organisations or communities can look to set themselves against, to avoid being lost in the language of, yes, we offer ecotourism, but is it really an ecotourism experience? And certification or this accreditation, it really seeks to set a standards of compliance, and that can be on a range of aspects. And you can find under Ecotourism Australia websites, for example, that the different measures which are often used. So there's a whole lot of language and there are many terms being used. There's the sustainability term, which is very vexed, and we seek, to find ways through what do we mean by sustainable, from whose perspective. Then there's community-based tourism, which also has its anchors, if you like, in the whole idea of ecotourism. And then there's the term responsible tourism. And these all can come together, I think, in a common framework where there's the whole idea of moving from a conceptual point to something which is more practical, which seeks to have broad range benefits. And those benefits are appreciated certainly by the host community and indeed by the visitors, but absolutely for the resources which are being utilised and the natural environment. And so that allows us to show that there are opportunities and barriers which present, and includes drawing on the local government. And I appreciated Professor Jeff's comments earlier this morning about the importance of local government in providing leadership and also supporting the host community or supporting communities to be able to invest in these ideas. It allows the residents or the people who are seeking to provide perhaps an alternative to what they might be their traditional way of life or their traditional practices. It could be that it's at a time when the harvest is not ready, so they're offering some sort of value add. And so it allows them to create a system to perhaps manage and operate some sort of a small scale venture where they can establish a cooperative relationship and governance structures which strengthens their community and strengthens their capacity. And also allows the operators to build on the educational and the interpretive aspect of what they're sharing with visitors, what they're trying to communicate, how they're trying to communicate it, and to provide some information platforms which build this idea of responsibility and awareness raising. Because the whole idea of responsibility sits at the heart of what the role of the tourist has to do, that the tourist actually causes minimal impact, that the operators have a sense of responsibility in what they're doing, and to be able to provide this whole idea of independently sustaining ecotourism. I think it's often assumed that people who are the visitors or the ecotourists, I think they themselves might feel as if they are, because they are experiencing an ecotourism venture or an ecotourism experience, that they don't have a responsibility to play, but their responsibility is quite large. For example, if you think of marine tourism, you think of scuba divers underwater, that they're not causing harm to the reef, that they're not actually damaging the environment they're in. If they're in the forest, then it's about minimal impact. Take only photographs, leave only footprints, sort of thing. And this is a really important part of the whole holistic approach, I believe. And these steps can allow the host communities and the local government and the operators to work together to try and develop a policy approach which can revitalise or build the community resilience and also protect the local habitat. So I think it can be wise to look at ecotourism as a partnership. It's about relationships, and I heard a previous speaker today talk about relationships. Relationships are fundamental in tourism and very much so in ecotourism. It might be a small scale operation, but the host community is reliant. It may be, in the region I live, we have lots of farming communities, and they often offer an experience where people come to the farms. And as Mark showed in his presentation, when in one area of people going to collect apples, people can witness how things happen, people from the cities, people from parts of the world who are not aware of the particular culture. And so the resident can draw across and form links with other sectors of their community. They can also build with the local government and strengthen their relationships with not-for-profit organisations who might be able to help them in terms of standardisation, in terms of how to access particular markets, and also to link with the ecotourists themselves. So there's a range of ways that this partnership can start to grow from one group of people to another. And once those partnerships start to extend, the relationships can become quite strong, and it can really embolden the operators and help them to see that there are things that they're doing which are right, and can also value add what might be something that they're doing very small scale, but has actually grown into something which can become quite large scale. Here are some examples of ecotourism ventures using a different approach at different points in the whole spectrum, I guess, if you like, but drawn from literature on Indonesia. The first one is looking at the idea of scuba diving tourism, but certainly drawing on the point about carrying capacity. So the researchers were really interested to know what are the actual limits of numbers of people who can come to these islands, to the Riau Islands, because of the location of the islands, geographically close to large markets such as Singapore and to Malaysia. And so they actually undertook the coral reef transects to determine both the quality of the resource, but they also undertook mapping of the islands to look at the issues of carrying capacity to be able to determine the number of tourists who at any one time which should visit particular islands. And this was really useful for these researchers to then put forward that the argument that ecotourism only involves being in nature actually needs to be strengthened by the limits of the number of people who visit at each time. The second example draws on the idea of cross-sectoral engagement. So the role of the fisherwomen was really central in building a partnership. Again, it was in the Rio Islands, and they were looking for the need for leadership. And across, they reached out, and the fisherwomen were really important to the community. They're central, as women often are, in small communities, to communicate across the various groups, to be able to explain what was happening, to develop a leadership role with the women, among the women, and to communicate the experience that was being had from the larger community to the researchers. And this formed a really important communication network, but it also allowed for the local people who maybe didn't want to speak directly or weren't able to speak directly with the researchers to be able to communicate to the fisherwomen about what was happening, and so they could draw on these really important members of the community as key stakeholders, again in building partnerships across the community. And the third example from Maluku in the Key Islands, where the idea of the mangrove forests, and again earlier presenters were talking about the importance of mangrove and the importance of mangrove forests to coastal zones, and particularly places like Maluku, to be able to showcase, and here is a value add example, to showcase the aquatic conservation which exists, and to create a sense of pride, but also showcase the natural values to the community and also to visitors. And this adds this extra layer. It offers an economic stimulus with minimal impact. So kayak tours through the mangrove forests, providing interpretation, cultural knowledge, and also sharing the education about the forest to people who are not aware. There was the initial lack of understanding, and from the community's point of view, the research found that there was really an initial lack of knowledge that ecotourism, this is what they were doing was what is called ecotourism. So once they realized they were actually doing it anyway, it shifted their sense of pride, it built their confidence, and also allowed them to feel empowered in terms of this is what they're doing, and to go ahead and continue with the project. Small islands, I haven't spoken a lot about small islands, but we know that small islands exist globally, and this is an example of small island ecotourism in the Mediterranean. So in a very different tropical zone than that which you experience in Indonesia. But again, the idea of islands and tourism, we know that islands are really attractive as tourism destinations. And one of the challenges which exists for islands is the fact that there can tend to be this idea of monoculture. And so tourism as a monoculture can be placed on islands, and it can often be this generic type of tourism. And ecotourism is not what that is about. Ecotourism is about showcasing the uniqueness of the location, the uniqueness of the experience, building on the resources which are being offered. So this particular research drew on one of the challenges which I'm aware of, and other people have mentioned in terms of some island locations, including in Eastern Indonesia, is the idea of connectivity, because people need to be able to get to you. And if there are difficult transport connections, if there is no inter-island connectivity, if you don't have this link with a key market, such as, for example, the Rio Islands, which are geographically close to Singapore and Malaysia, then there can be some challenges. So this research looked at some small islands in the Mediterranean and considered what was some of the issues for the local people and for some of the local ecotourism operators. And they actually found that by having some sort of transport connectivity to each other, it actually developed this sense of regionality for these group of islands or for this archipelago, because this whole notion of connectivity gave them a greater sense of strength. It also removed any sense of isolation from being one tiny island, which is remote and hard to access. And it also allowed them to address issues related to infrastructure and service providers. What we know with ecotourism, of course, though, is there is often this issue of seasonality, because it could be from inclement weather, the idea of population demand, and also the fact that the island is really very peripheral. So if no one knows about it, is it really on the margins? How do we find out about it? So again, the idea of connectivity and having a link and a relationship as part of that archipelago can be really valuable. So some of the challenges which might exist for ecotourism in small islands or on small islands is the idea of other tourism. And that's really what I would call mainstream tourism. Just because it's using the natural environment, it doesn't mean that it's ecotourism. And often island locations will hastily adopt to bringing tourism in, which is this fairly generic approach. It might be because the volume of tourists is attractive. It might have there might be pressure from external sources to bring in large numbers of people, but often the trade-off and the cost for the host community can be far greater because of the economic reliance on bringing in the resources that are needed to meet the needs of the visitors if you have large numbers of visitors. And it can fail the fundamental principles of what ecotourism is, and potentially in terms of local economic vitalisation. So there really needs to be an understanding of what the vision is, what leadership there is, and what skills there are within the community, within the region, within the area, and grow from the bottom up. This can sometimes conflict with what might be the vision at a much higher government level. But as has been mentioned today, I think the idea of local government being invested in the community and in what the ecotourism providers are doing is where the support is important. It can certainly encourage vision, and it can become part of the broader strategy to build these partnerships, even if you don't know who the partner is, to become part of a broader strategy where the ideas are shared and progress can happen. And this can really build the profile for the host community and generate a whole lot of ideas that potentially may not have been realised before. Now, some of my friends from Ambon, Elma, Yola, and Helen and Jelly might remember a couple of years ago, we ran a very busy workshop in one of your classes when I was in Ambon at Unpati with Prof. Mandy from Southern Cross, and the students worked in groups. There must have been about 40 or 50 students, and we had lots of butcher's paper on the walls, and the students, we asked 5 questions about what they saw as the values of ecotourism in their community, what the challenges were, and some of the ways to overcome it. That butcher's paper, or the paper the students wrote on, that was given to me when we finished the workshop, and I've used it. I still have it here in my office, and I've used it to actually create this sort of list. So this is coming from your students, your people, so, to feedback in terms of what they see are being some of the ecotourism values in their region. So they see there's a broad and rich range of cultural activities and opportunities for people to engage and to learn. That can be through music, dance, pottery, baking, the sago, gandaria, banana. They're really aware of the resources and the ecosystems that they are rich, that they are certainly in pristine quality. And examples include black orchids, the giant butterflies, and of course, the large and small marine species. Some of the challenges which the students put forward include there are the issues related to conflict over use of land and the need for agreement, and the MOU, and such as an example that was put forward was an MOU, which could be, again, about partnerships and relationships to work together. They understood that not all resources are protected, and the comment was made on a number of the sheets I've read through that the natural resources are a common property. And the tourism draws attention to natural resource concerns, and that it actually draws attention to, be it the good or the not so good quality of the way that resources are being used, illegal fishing, unsafe fishing tools, that there's a need for interpretation for some of the guides, particularly about marine species was one comment. Also, the understanding of Maluku and international awareness of Maluku, issues related to rubbish, boat anchors on reef, and that really, that if the locals aren't benefiting from the visitors who are coming, then why is it actually happening? I felt was a question that the students were actually putting forward, or a statement they were making. They felt that there's a great deal of pride and that tourism can generate much understanding, and there's really a need to inform visitors and to share that greater understanding with visitors. As well, the collaboration between local government sectors to work together to actually raise the profile for the local communities, to protect the resources, and to continue, as others have said, in terms of research and experience. The idea of the core periphery link is something I mentioned before with connectivity. What are the key markets? What is the link with other stakeholders? And which other stakeholders are being showcased and shared? And again, this idea of partnerships. And I certainly know from having experienced a number of the wonderful cultural practices with groups of students I've brought to Ambon, to Maluku. They might be music classes, it's cooking sago, it's snorkeling with students on beautiful reef. When I brought students from Australia to Ambon, at the end of the trip, a number of the students have come and sat next to me and said, I never knew this part of this kind of a world existed. These are people who were well-traveled. They'd been to the United States, they'd been to Europe, they'd been to New Zealand. They thought they'd seen the world. And I took them to Maluku and they were literally gobsmacked. So because of the beautiful places that you have on offer, but they were also tourism students, and they were students who all of a sudden understood that there are phenomenally high quality resources which can actually be protected while offering some ecotourism experience as well. So this rich tapestry of resources, people and culture, both marine and terrestrial, avoiding the monocultural approach, I would suggest it's a focus on the uniqueness, the partnerships, the community, to sustain with government investment in people and place. I think in terms of future considerations, there's a couple of points I will raise is that here, as we are dealing, as you are with the COVID or the pandemic, something that we've noted that has been communicated in the media is a lot of people have become more aware of local produce, of what is grown locally, what is made locally. As people have had to be in lockdown, people have actually started to have taken the chance to review or to reset. And so from an ecotourism point of view, it's potentially a chance to actually generate new ideas, to use this experience, if you like, to create new solutions, because people are sensitive, they're aware that there are consequences, and the mass tourism or the monotourism approach, it might initially appear to offer some, you know, tantalizing economic numbers, but it's not really the solution in many ways. So meeting these responsible, sustainable ecotourism goals in populous nations, it requires partnerships, because it requires decisions to be made and management of those, of the increasing demand. It's also a mindset. It's a long-term view, and that long-term adaptation takes time. And the final point is about islands and their dependence on the need to import resources which might satisfy tourists, but there is certainly a way to provide some local solutions using the traditional and local resources. And the need to balance, as previous speakers have said, to balance that eco-social environmental trade-off. It's a fundamental question, I think. So small islands are incredibly attractive. They're often the places people want to visit. Building on the livelihoods, the culture and the resources is what drives the authenticity and extending and growing your partnerships. To include how visitors behave can certainly be a way to grow the program. Terima kasih.
Thank you very much, Professor Kay, for your nice presentation concerning the sustainable ecotourism.
You're very welcome.
Before we move to the next invited speaker, I just want to remind you all participants, don't forget to fill out the form, the participation, the absent. Please remember to take a note for your absent. Now we move to the next invited speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Yves Lau-Monier. Sorry if I misspell your name, but before we start the presentation, I would like to read a short background of Associate Professor Yves Lau-Monier. Associate Professor Dr. Yves Lau-Monier is a senior scientist, ecologist at the Center International Agriculture Research for Development, or CIRAD, Associate Professor Toulouse University, and second to the Center for International Forestry Research, CIFOR, since 2008. He has a state doctorate degree, PhD, in tropical ecology and biogeography from Toulouse University, France. His work has a strong focus on multidisciplinary dimensions of natural resources management and land use planning. Before working with CIFOR, Yves Laurent led several research and development projects under Europe funding in Indonesia. With 40 years experience in ecology and landscape research and teaching, mainly in Southeast Asia and West Africa, together with PhD and NSC student, he is focusing nowadays on land use planning, biodiversity and ecosystem service assessment, vegetation mapping, ethnobotany, including participatory approach to natural resources management, perception of landscape, and local knowledge on biodiversity. Associate Professor Yves, time is yours. Thank you.
Let me share my screen. So yeah, thank you, Dr. Teteletta. Selamat sore to everyone. And thank you for this opportunity. So also myself, I work sometimes in the Moluccas, in Tanimbar Island and also in Seram. Today, I will discuss a bit of our results in Borneo, in Kalimantan, in West Kalimantan, and I will talk a bit about agroforestry. Again, we hear a bit, already about agroforestry, and we think it's becoming more and more important, but maybe not fully acknowledged by the government. So the title of this presentation is Agroforestry to Sustain Biodiversity Conservation in Indonesia, Challenges and Perspective. It's a work and a presentation together with colleagues from C4 and also from INTAN, from University Tanjung Pura in Pontianak. So just as a reminder, yeah, because of its position as an equatorial archipelago between Asia and Australian continent, Indonesia is one of the world's richest regions in terms of biodiversity and unique ecosystem, representing like 10% of the world flowering plants, 12% of the world mammals, 16% of the world reptiles, 17% of the world birds, with also many endemics. However, the full potential of the country biodiversity is, according to us, undervalued, especially outside conservation area and under high threat, as you know, but especially it's outside conservation areas, there is not much talk about biodiversity. For instance, the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan of Indonesia focus again mainly on conservation area, on national park, which represent 12% of the country. That's quite good, but it's always discussing about biodiversity and conservation area most of the time. Recently, we hear about this ecosystem essential area, KEA, which is for the first time dealing with some ecosystems that are outside the forested land, outside Kawasan Hutan. It's a good news. Still, it's not completely official. There's still a lot of debate about this. But actually, Indonesia ranks also for one of the world center for agro-biodiversity, especially for plant cultivars and domesticated livestock. So actually agroforestry and peasant farm, people speak about peasant farms now, are well documented since the 80s for their potential to absorb carbon, improve soil fertility, create more resilient crops, and enhance, of course, habitat diversity. Still, they are not really prevalent and not discussed, as I mentioned, in the national planning or economic development strategy. This actually, as you know, monoculture that is becoming more the commonest agricultural technique of choice in Indonesia. So the objective of this research that I present for Kalimantan Barat, for West Kalimantan, in that research, we wanted to compare the level of diversity and composition of bird species in different land uses dominated by trees. We wanted to look for habitat specificity and potential birds indicator of these land uses. And we wanted also to understand better the difference between the forest-dependent species to differentiate from the farm-dependent species. Oops. Sorry. So for this, we in West Kalimantan, it's a huge province in Borneo, where deforestation has been quite ancient since probably already during the colonial time and before, because we had maps that goes until the 50s, from somebody called Hannibal, and already if you see the map of the 50s, it's already quite deforested. But as you can see, more toward the central part of Borneo, this Kabupaten, Kapuasulu, there's still a lot of forest. As I mentioned earlier, it's almost 70% plus of forest cover in Kapuasulu. But if you go, because we have also this, in this district, we have two national parks, as you know. So it's kind of, it's why it was called the conservation district. And so we're still a lot of forest cover. It's important because that's the upper watershed of the Kapuas River going to Pontiana. But if you see going to the west, in this map, we monitor deforestation from 1990 to 2015. You can see that already in 1990 it was already quite deforested, but until now the deforestation is continuing, and especially in the swamp area after no more lowland clear-cut forest. So to study this for this particular research, we needed this large-scale vegetation mapping exercise to properly understand the historical trends of the vegetation, and to study and to monitor the trees species, especially outside forest. We had some equally stratified sampling for trees and for birds in 6 sites that you see on that map, where we will look at sample in forest, fellows, mixed garden or jungle rubber, also smallholder rubber, smallholder oil palm, and also industrial oil palm area, especially when they were classified as RSPO companies. So we will go to the fragments of forest inside these RSPO companies to look also at these bird species and tree species. And then for analysis, we decide to look at different diversity indices and to perform ordination, and also to try to use, because we were interested in these indicator species, so to try to use what we call the INVAL index. If I can show some results. First, our results, I can say, endorse unfortunately, the worldwide trends for birds, showing a significant reduction of bird species richness from the more complex natural or old secondary forest landscape to the simplified habitat of industrial oil palm plantation. So among the first results, you see this, what we call a rarefaction curve. And this is an individual-based rarefaction of bird species for 14 of the vegetation types, plotting species richness per vegetation. So not surprisingly, of course, the species richness, you can see at the top, the species richness of the intact mixed deep leocard forest consistently exceed those of other vegetation types. But interestingly, also you can see the richness of old fellows that significantly exceed, for instance, the forest fragment that we can find in the RSPO company. So sometimes they can exceed this forest fragment by as much as 400 to 500 individuals. And you can see also the bird richness of mixed garden, smallholder jungle rubber, and oil palm plantation are at the lowest. In this second results about bird richness versus above ground biomass in Sweden landscape, we found it's interesting to look at that relationship, and we found a good relationship actually between above ground biomass and bird richness. So the higher the tree biomass, the higher the bird diversity. Again, not surprisingly, forest is the highest, but it is interesting to note that almost half of the secondary succession plots, or the one you see above the black line, have high bird species richness, even comparable to all secondary forests. It shows the importance of this Sweden system, Sweden fellows and jungle rubber landscape to support the bird community. But we should stress that in this particular case, the one I show here on the screen, natural forest itself is not far. It's at proximity of this fellow landscape agriculture. And the fellows themselves are quite, the period of fellow are quite consequent. It's more or less 10 years. So this is important to consider, the distance to the natural forest and also the length of the fellow when we discuss about Sweden cultivation. So actually what is sometimes seen as unproductive land by government holds actually an important role for biodiversity and ecosystem function. Actually, the total dissimilarity between sites showed also that the overall bird species composition was different in the more fragmented landscape in comparison with the site closer to the vast contiguous forest. So again, the presence of large contiguous forest is important to discuss about the biodiversity in one landscape. And then on this slide, I want to discuss a bit about richness and abundance. So the conversion of forest to Sweden agriculture, again, from intact forest to fallow stage, reduced the bird species by 18%. By comparison, the conversion to smallholder oil palm reduced bird species richness by 73%, and the conversion to monoculture oil palm to industrial plantation reduced this bird richness by 82%. So comparing land use, of course, we found that nothing surpassed natural forest in terms of bird species richness. That the graph that you can see at the bottom, the forest is, in terms of bird species richness, the forest is always much higher than any other kind of land use. But if you look at abundance, the graph at the top, you can see that mixed gardens, for instance, show also a remarkably high abundance of birds, especially frugivore and nectarivore birds. So that's quite interesting to see in terms of abundance. These mixed gardens are really refuge for bird species. And our final result was about indicator. So using this INVAL index, we found significant indicator species associated to forest, which is not so surprising as well, because we all know that we have what we call forest specialists. But of the 6 species that we can identify as good indicator, 5 were specialists feeding on insects only. That's important. And the highest number of indicators, again, were for the intact forest sites, while this number declined consequently with the intensity of agriculture land use. So, for instance, we find few indicators for mixed garden even, and no indicator at all for oil palm plantation. And about this idea of looking at farmland species, actually that's a concept which is really widely used in Europe. So in Europe, people looking at the population of birds are really looking at what they call farmland species, so species that are really population of birds that are really included to the agriculture area. So for Indonesia, at least for our results in Kalimantan, we found that the bird species composition of the mosaic of Sweden agriculture, food crops, fellows of different age, were different depending again on the proximity to mature forest. Of the 150 bird species, only 3 in old fellows and 4 in young fellow were highly associated to these successional stages. So no bird species were found strongly correlated to oil palm concession, smallholder rubber, jungle rubber, or oil palm smallholder. And only 4 species were highly correlated to mixed garden. Then what could be, maybe you ask yourself what could be the implication for land management to look at this different land use, especially the Sweden cycle and different stage of secondary regrowth forest. So this map briefly will show you a small animation to give you a quick glimpse of the potential importance of the traditional agriculture system in land use planning. That said, fellow vegetation mixed with rubber garden. So again, in this West Kalimantan map, what you see now is just forest versus non-forest with some a bit different forest types. So in green, that's mixed Jupiter carp. We have the Kerangas forests, which are important in this West Kalimantan. We have riparian and freshwater swamp, and we have also peat swamp forest and mangrove forest. But this is forest, all this is natural forest left in West Kalimantan. Now, if I include the old secondary forest and logged over forest, for instance, you can see that it extends quite significantly the tree cover. So if we put the old secondary forest and logged over forest, we have more tree cover. And now if we put the old fellows and the jungle rubber in this orange color, you can see again that the tree cover is increasing, of course, but what is interesting here is to see how the connectivity between the fragment of forest and patch of different size of forest are much better connected together. So it means that this kind of vegetation is important for biodiversity connection between the fragments. So if we include all these old fellow together with, we have an additional about 2 million hectares of tree cover, and they are very dense. They are higher than 5 meters, so it means it will be considered as forest by the FAO standard, for instance. So as a conclusion, I can say that keeping in mind the contextual nature of this indicator concept, using a few birds indicator, we set a baseline, what I'll call a baseline for future monitoring. Monitoring, for instance, the impact of habitat fragmentation and how different agriculture options affect the quality of the environment. The use of the INVAL index as a surrogate to measure the individual species indicator or potential association between species group proved to be very valuable. We strongly recommend its use. And also in the agricultural matrix, we found that farm-dependent species had little conservation value as per IUCN standards. But notable exceptions were these traditional mixed garden and also the old fellows associated to Sweden agriculture. But actually, these systems are not really considered in the National Biodiversity Action Plan in the NBSAP of Indonesia. We found that it's quite difficult to discuss about trees outside the forest or even agroforestry. As far as our baseline of indicator is concerned, we found also that so far for the high conservation value forest, all this kind of concept, people focus a lot on IUCN conservation status, which is fine, but I think we need now more data on, for instance, minimum viable population size and thresholds for some of these indicator species that we identify, because we don't have so much data on population. So in the future, the perspective, what we would like to look for is the perspective of linking this kind of result to the National Social Forestry Monitoring Program of the government, to essential ecosystem area, and especially to the restoration of watershed protection zone, since we hear recently that it will be more emphasis on this production of food from the Hutan Lindung, but hopefully this means restoration of watershed protection zone, this Hutan Lindung, when it has been degraded. So I think that's all for me. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Associate Professor Dr. Ivers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just heard 3 presentations. Interesting one. Dr. Deviati with Fisheries Resources Management, and Professor Dr. K with Sustainable Ecotourism. And now we just heard about the land management and sustainability of the forest as well. Now we goes to the discussion session. I will read quite a lot of question for Dr. Deviati. Should I read all of the question first and then you answer, or I read it one by one? Ibu Devi. Hello.
Yes. Okay. I think probably Pak John can, because I cannot really, one by one.
Yeah. Okay, that's better than I read all and then you cannot catch all.
Yeah.
First question. What is the best strategy to provide the valid data of tuna fisheries from the local fishermen? What is the best way to provide the valid data of tuna fishery, especially from the local fishermen?
Okay, this is a nice question. As I told you before, that in 2013, I went to UK and I met Mr. Polunin, and there's one Indonesian PhD student. They study about sustainable of tuna fisheries, and they try to get data. There are 2 types of data: direct data that the student join with the fishermen to go fishing. So in the eastern part, so this is they get a direct data, and also they try to get the secondary data. And then the problem in Indonesia, it is really difficult to get the secondary data. They already try to go to the KKP and BRKP and produce all the letters that they need and everything. And then at the end, Professor Nick Polunin itself come to Indonesia to convince the Indonesian government that they need this data only for study. So the problem that at the time, they couldn't get the data that they need, like what they need. They give data from the statistical buku statistica, data statistical, but this is not the one that they need to calculate the maximum sustainable yield. So at the end, they are a little bit frustrated, and they say this is really difficult to get a single species data for the fisheries to calculate the sustainable of fisheries in Indonesia. So that's the problem with the data. But you know, if we go with the fishermen, we can do it only in a short period. We cannot do it for 1 year's data or something. Actually, when they go with the fishermen, they use this data for correction. So they need like a 5 year or 10 years, but they have in situ data to check the bias or the balance. But the problem, they couldn't get a real secondary data that they need for their study. So I think that's our homework in the future. How can we put our big data for the fisheries? Who is really responsible? How can public access this data? Because if we only get from the statistic, we know that the validation of the data, there is no guarantee for this data. So I think this is our homework in the future. I hope Pak Arifin Rudianto is also here. I think we need, I don't know, in the KKP or in the Ministry of Maritime Coordination for Marine, that it should be basis data for our fisheries in the future. I think we really need this one.
Thank you, Ibu. We also call Ibu Evi when we were in England. I get used to call Ibu Evi. The second question is related to the first question as well.
Okay.
If that's the case, when we have poor data situation, what could we expect from this condition in terms of the management? What is the strategy of government? What is the urgency the government should do in overcome this condition of poor data?
Okay, so this is also a big question to be answered. And okay, sorry, can you hear me? Because, okay.
Yeah.
There is another thing that what we can do. I think 10 years ago, I went to the Samudra Beach in the Perikanan Tuna in Bali, and they have some data. And then we also can see the size of fish that they catch. So if we cannot calculate it, the stock directly in the field, but when we saw it, the size of, and then they, the people who in charge in that Pelabuhan Samudra mentioned to me that first they say now they have to go more far away to get a good fishing site. So this is indicator, it's more difficult to get. The second, they also mentioned about the size of fish that they get is become smaller. This is also the indicator that our stock have a problem. So, you know, if we couldn't get the data about the stock of fish, but we can see another related parameter or measurement. If we need to go further and then become far away to get the better place for fishing, it means the closer one is already overexploited. So that's why we need more effort. With more effort, so we can make a less catch per unit of effort, because we spend a lot of money to get the same amount of production, for example. And the second, if we found it, the size of fish is become small, and that is also another indicator. That's why when I mentioned we cannot measure our sustainable yields only based on the stock, but we can create another study which is related to mention about this. Actually, like my friend, and I think they move a little bit and shifting, not only to see the tuna, but try to find more fisheries, and then make relation between these fisheries with the tuna fisheries to see the sustainability. So this is the interesting thing in Indonesia. Whoever want to study the fishery sustainability in Indonesia, they have to be creative. So the technique that, or the method or the model that they develop in the Western part, we have to adopt, not to adopt, but adaptive model. So that's why, Pak John, anything in Indonesia should be adaptive. So people who study in Indonesia should be much more clever to adapt the model and create, and then have innovative to develop a concept and model to see the sustainability of the our fisheries sector.
Thank you, Ibu Evi. Another question. This one is related to the climate change. If climate change happen, the population also change and move to other area could be. And can you give a clue if that happened, which part of Indonesia that will going to have a big impact from the climate change?
Okay, so if we are talking about the climate change, and then we are talking about the increasing temperature, we are talking about sea level rise, and also we are talking about the acidification of the ocean. Since the tuna fisheries, it is not really the sustainability of the tuna fisheries is not only depend on the single species on the tuna itself, but it also depend on the other environment. For example, we have to find like the nursery and feeding ground and then spawning ground. If it is in the coastal area, if it is close to the area, and then increasing sea level rise, that it is also a threat the reef and coastal living area. It means if there are larvae in coastal area, so the increasing sea surface is also threat the larva. If we are talking about the fish in the ocean, probably the increasing sea level, it doesn't affect a lot. But since there to support the population of tuna is really depend on the larva, and also the increasing temperature. Larva is really sensitive. I think we have expert in our department, in our faculty. I have friend Pak Charles who study the larva. Larva movement is really depend on oceanographic, climate, increasing temperature or acidification will give a big impact to the larva, and also give impact to the habitat for the larva. So this is really a global climate change. It is not directly probably in give the effect to the, for example, tuna, because they are ocean fish, they can move, and then but the other supporting for the stock will have a big impact. So the destroying of our coastal area, our habitat for larva, it will destroy the tuna fishery. So that's why I think this is what we concern about the climate change. Climate change will give effect to any branch that I saw in the complex to support the tuna. So this is really that we have to be careful.
Thank you, Ibu Evi. Here's another one question relating to your, if I'm not mistaken, to your graph showing the production and consumption. And you mentioned that we have a high consumption. And the question is is it because of, how do you call it, the not recorded properly, the production, or they recorded it from the consumption and then try to subtract from the consumption into the production? This is not recorded, or what do you think?
Yeah, based on our discussion that the data for our fisheries production in Indonesia is really a big problem. So I don't know, it is not because of recorded properly, but based on my experience as a consumer, I think in 1970s, it's really easy for me when I was in Jakarta. There are a lot of tukang ikan just selling fish around my house. But now it's not easy. And then now we have like close in my place, there is a shop, they are selling frozen fish. And then even in Bogor, sometimes they are not enough stock. For example, when I come and then sometimes they say that, oh, the tuna you have to need to wait for another 2 or 3 days. It's mean for me that the stock is not enough to support the demand for consumption. So probably one problem when you see the graph, the data probably it is not still some other production is we don't put in the data, but in the field, in the lapangan, in the real fact that the seafood is not enough to support, especially in Bogor. we are really difficult to get a fresh seafood. So one frozen shop is really a good business in Bogor. A lot of demand for this seafood product. Then still we have opportunity for the market.
So you have to come to Ambon because we don't have problem with fish.
Okay, I think the frozen
Okay.
belong to Pak Victor Niki Juluf ya to support Bogor.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Evi. Now we
you.
move to the another question to Professor K. And East Kalimantan has many islands. The famous one is the Rawan Island. This island has become spot of tourism. The involvement of the management in this island is still very minimal, very limited. But I believe community involvement is very important. Could you tell us where can we study of management that involve community to manage the spot tourism, such small island? And how the best model of community involvement in that management? Professor K. Can you hear my
Thank you. Yes, I think I captured the question. I'm not familiar with East Kalimantan. I think that was the location you were referring to.
The Rawan Island, if I'm not mistaken. They write it down, the Rawan Island.
I beg your pardon. The key part of the question was relating to ecotourism management in small islands. Have I got that? And the best model. There is a lot of literature about tourism on small islands. And many researchers have studied small islands for some time. In terms of the best model from a community perspective, I would use community-based tourism and responsible tourism for small islands as the approach. We talk about a bottom-up approach because it is the approach which is driven by the community, using the resources the community have at their fingertips, as well as including their culture and their lifestyle. And this is often the most effective approach because the people are practicing what they always or traditionally practice. And it is often a unique form of approach to the ecotourism experience versus an approach which is top-down. So they would be the suggestions I would make. And I hope that offers some information to people in terms of where to look. But it's really a bottom-up community-based approach, which relies on the community's decisions about what they wish to share, how they wish to share it, and when they wish to share it.
Thank you, Professor K. That's another question as well. In terms of sustainability, what do you think the relationship between forests and crops in the terrestrial area and fisheries in the coastal and ocean in the small islands?
Okay, in small islands.
In small islands.
Yeah. So I think what we recognize and people in Maluku would well understand and know much better than me is that an island is a microcosm of all of these environments. You have your marine environment, you have your coastal environment, then you have your terrestrial environment, and often, as you know, in Indonesia, you then have a volcanic landscape, a mountainous environment. And often there are different communities living different lifestyles or different cultures in those different landscapes. The first point I would offer is that the need for a conversation about what is what is it they're trying to do? Is it one person who's offering an ecotourism experience, or is it people on the island themselves who live in different places and different landscapes wanting to offer something? I think that there is often a conflict, because the people who don't have access to the sea might wish to have access to the sea, and vice versa. But again, it's about the partnerships and the mutual understanding, which I think is really important. And it's heightened in an island location because of the microcosm in which you live.
There's another one as well, Prof. K. Ecotourism should be the best choices to sustainable economic driven in small islands. Based on your study and experience, what are the key of success factors to develop sustainable ecotourism in small islands, particularly during the pandemic COVID-19 uncertainty?
I'll draw on examples from where I live. I live in a regional area. There are many farms. There are lots of farmers markets. I live maybe half an hour or 30 minutes from the coast. And what we have found is that people in the pandemic have gone to local areas to experience what they wish to see. And they have learnt more about their local environment than they might have done if we didn't have a pandemic. Because we have all been in lockdown, then people have not been able to travel far compared with getting on a plane in Ambon, flying to Makassar, and then going somewhere else. We have to stay where we live. And because of this, we have learned about what is in our own backyard.
Area.
So that's what I would offer.
Okay. Thank you very much for the explanation. And now we move to Associate Professor.
Thank you.
Ivers. What is the relation between carbon stock and bird richness?
Well, as you saw on the graph, there is it's a bit debated, but in our data, we can see that there is a relationship between high biomass and bird species richness. So maybe for the forest doesn't look so surprising, but for also the old fellows or Belucartua, this kind of vegetation, sometimes the abundance of birds is very high, and also the species richness. So there is a relationship between biomass and species richness according to our data. And you will find other paper confirming this kind of results.
Okay, thank you. Another question. With a rise of palm oil plantation and deforestation in Kalimantan, what do you think is the impact of this phenomenon towards the sustainable number of birds in that area? Will the effect be irreversible? And if not, what are the preemptive measures?
Yeah, we saw that the impact is quite consequent. So yeah, really a reduction of bird species richness. The bird who survive in the oil palm plantation, even with RSPO fragment, are all generalists. There is no specialist. There is no forest birds. So if the area of oil palm is too big, it means all these species from the forest will disappear. They will not come back. So when the forest is not too far, it's the hope that we can work with is to try to restore some connection between the forest fragment Also working on the riparian zone, you know, that's very important, and it's quite relatively easy to plant tree on near the river and the riparian zone. So to try to reconnect again all these forest fragments. For instance, in one of the sites in West Kalimantan, that's very far from the big, huge forest area. We have in a kind of mixed garden, famous in West Kalimantan called Tembawang, we have a lot of birds. But we can see from the Tembawang that are now very much isolated from the big forest that this number of birds is declining as well. So my answer here is we have to try to maintain the agroforestry system, the traditional agroforestry system. We have to acknowledge that it's not that easy because also for the products derived from this agroforestry system, if there is, for instance, no market for the products, the farmers are not so willing to continue to plant trees if it's not really interesting, or if somebody try to convince them that they will get more money from the oil palm. Yeah? So, but I still think that if the forest is not too far, we can really, through restoration program, we can really enhance and maybe find back some forest species as well. But it's challenging.
Thank you. Yeah, it's challenging. And the last one is when population increase, especially in the small island with the limited area, and there is a tendency for the land conversion and connected to the, you mentioned about the habitat fragmentation, it will affect the species distribution and etc. And the question, how do we calculate and determine minimum viable population size threshold?
Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, that's very challenging because that's exactly what I said in the conclusion. We are writing a paper on this, later I can share. We are still far from understanding the threshold of this kind of problem because, as I mentioned, we don't have enough data on population. So what we have is a lot of data on, okay, in this high conservation value forest, you have all this list of threatened species, vulnerable species, but it's just with no indication of within this particular habitat fragment, how much of the population of these threatened species. So sometimes in some forest fragment, not very big, we found some interesting species that are still forest species, for instance, and we can decide that it's a good fragment. But you come back 10 years later and it's finished. So also the time lag issue in monitoring this fragmented landscape is very important. So unfortunately, because it's also more costly, of course, we need a lot of long time study to monitor this kind of, but the first thing will be to get data on population of particular, identify the indicator and find some research project on the population of this indicator. No need to be a long list, but if you have 4 or 5 indicators and you work on their population, it will be very useful. So for the time being, we don't have idea about the threshold, exact threshold where population of particular species will disappear. Some people in Borneo have worked on, I think it's in Sabah, a lot of research in Sabah about the threshold, about some small mammals or also birds, if I remember. And the results are quite different according to different story, yeah? But at least it's like some people will say that a minimum of 200 hectares is necessary to conserve a lot of so between 1,000 and 200,000 hectare, it's still some possibility to conserve a lot of animals because also, we should not look only on birds. If you look at the fragmentation for insects and the fragmentation for birds, the fragmentation for small mammals, it's not exactly the same. So again, a kind of multidisciplinary work is necessary. It costs a lot of money, but in place like Seram, like Maluku, where the birds are so important for the biodiversity and also for the ecotourism and so on, I think we will need. We have already some study, for instance, on some Kakatao population in Tanimbar, I remember. But it's still not enough, and to be monitored with the state of the fragmentation. So, for instance, now we start to know that it's probably better to have a lot of small forest patch compared to only one big one somewhere. So, in the general landscape, it will be, in terms of agriculture, it will be very useful in the future to keep this kind of mosaic landscape or to enhance the mosaic of the landscape to allow the movement of biodiversity.
Thank you very much, Associate Professor K. Ladies and gentlemen, we are come to the end of this second plenary session with three invited speakers and interesting topics mentioned: fisheries sustainable, ecotourism sustainable as well, and then we move to the forest and birds sustainable. So the key words for all this is sustainable, and for the sustainable, we have to have good quality of data. That is a challenge. But even we don't have data, we still have to do some work. Otherwise, we will lose our valuable resources in terms of fisheries or ecotourism or birds. Thank you very much for all the presentation, and we appreciate your time, Ibu Evi, Professor K, and Associate Professor Ivers. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And let's give applause to our three distinguished invited speakers. Thank you very much. I hand it back to moderator, Glacia.
We thank Mr. Tetelepta for another insightful discussion with our speakers and participants. With that, we end our second session of this conference, and now we will proceed with our parallel session. In this session, we will have 6 fantastic rooms with 6 very interesting topics. In room 1, we have our first group of presentations in the field of fisheries and marine science with Engineer Irma Kelsalia, MSc PhD, as the moderator. In room 2, the second group of presentations in the same field of expertise will be moderated by Dr. Engineer Yolanda MTN Apitule, M.Ap Science. In room 3, we have the first group of agriculture presentations with the moderator, Dr. Engineer Wardis Girsang, MSc, and in room 4, the second group will be led by Dr. HCD Tuhumuri, SP, and Food Science. In room 5, we will have the presentations in the field of forestry, moderated by Dr. Engineer Leonard Danchelilievna, MSc, and in room 6, presentation on ecotourism will be moderated by Dr. Revensi V. Ruhubrecht, SHMH. A friendly reminder to all participants that the parallel session will be using the same Zoom ID, and we implore everyone to follow the protocol as shared in the chat during the plenary session and will be shared on your screen too. To ensure that the allocation of each participant is conducted smoothly, we ask that everyone use the proper name as per the instructions of the breakout scheme, because the host will allocate presenters according to your name and the participants according to the choice of topics on the registration form. This process will take several minutes, so we ask for everyone's patience. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy the following session.
excuse me, for all our distinguished invited speakers. If you want to join the parallel session, you can click on the breakout room and choose whatever room you want to join. If you can do that, you can write on the chat which room you want to be in, and then the host will help you. Thank you.